I think what we do is really important. The Christian church has to be united, and it can't be united if it doesn't know what's going on. The range of stories we cover is universal. The approach we have is comprehensive.
We're looking to help people, with ministry, mission. We also publish positive, constructive content, which aims to help the church be a better church, and that's what we care about.
But we also look at things incredibly in depth. We take a lot of time with our stories, make sure that they're accurate, that they're very detailed, and the reader is not left asking questions at the end.
It enlightens bits of the world that don't get reported elsewhere.
I think what's really important about the Church Times is it's independent. We're not affiliated to any other organisation, so we're really free in what we can write.
If the church screws up, then we report it. If the church does something fantastic, then we report it. We deliberately don't have our own agenda.
One of my favourite things about the Church Times is our book reviews. I think it's really important because it points clergy and really interested lay people to what some of the latest theology is, academic theology, but also books about spirituality, things like prayer, and also social issues.
Subscribers can access 150 years of past issues through the Church Times' own website, which is linked to the UK Press Online site, and they can look at any of the issues since 1863 page by page.
So I really enjoy doing a cartoon for the Church Times when I've got a really strong idea and I know that it's something that the readers will enjoy.
A huge part of the service we provide the church is advertising jobs specific for clergy, but also for musicians, teachers, youth workers and so on.
The Church Times runs the Festival of Preaching, which is a chance for clergy and readers and anyone else who's interested to really explore the craft of preaching. The Festival of Faith and Literature is a literary festival with a theological slant, at which questions of faith and theology are explored. The Church Times Cricket Cup has been going since 1951. When they put on their cricket whites, the different traditions and the things that might divide them become much less significant, and it's definitely plays some role in helping forge Christian unity. The Church Times also runs the Green Awards together with the Church of England's Shrinking the Footprint campaign. It's a way to celebrate those churches that are leading the way in being good stewards of the environment.
One of the things that we do is start a dialogue between various groups in the church and really try and represent all views.
You ought to be able to read the Church Times and come out at the end of it more excited about what your Christian life is like.
The podcast was set up almost a year ago, and really the idea was to be a place where we could talk about the background of stories, how we came upon stories, provide some analysis of what's going on in the church and the wider world.
The Church Times is available on old-fashioned bits of paper. It's available on your phone, your computer, your tablet. There's an app. We make it as accessible as we possibly can. We're always looking for more subscribers, and if anybody wants to, it's terribly easy. All they have to do is go to the website, or they can even phone up.
Good morning and welcome to the Church Times Festival of Faith and Literature, coming to you from Christ Church Cathedral in Oxford. I'm Sarah Merrick. I'm the director of the festival, and I'm also public engagement manager at the cathedral, which is now home to the festival. Our thanks once again are due to Sir Tony Baldry, the festival founder, who remains our patron. So just a couple of notices about today. We've adjusted the timetable just a bit to make sure we finish in good time before the funeral of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh. And that means that sadly, the Archbishop of York won't be speaking to us today as planned. We're sorry about that. I'm sure you'll understand why that's a necessary change. Archbishop Stephen will come to join this festival in September, September the 25th. The way we run the day is that each speaker will give some input in conversation with someone, and then there's a chance for you to ask your questions by posting them in the chat. So please do that. Your ticket gives you access to the whole day's content. So if you want to take a break, don't worry, you can come back later just using the same link. And we also have a festival bookshop today. The details of that will come up online in between sessions. We're offering free P&P all weekend. So do place orders for books when you've heard the speakers. And now, with no more delay, let me hand over to Gareth Higgins, who's going to introduce our first speaker. Gareth.
Thank you, Sarah, and good morning, everybody. I'm delighted to be introducing Sarah Sands this morning, who's written this beautiful book, The Interior Silence. Sarah is a journalist and author, former editor of the London Evening Standard and the Today programme on BBC Radio 4 until not that long ago. This book is too good to read quickly. I've been reading it slowly, and it's been a joy to do that. I am delighted to welcome Sarah. And Sarah, I want to ask at the start, one of the endorsements of the book refers to you as a Patrick Leigh Fermor for the soul. Now, people who know Patrick Leigh Fermor's work, I would imagine their hearts will leap at that, and people who don't might need a little bit of explanation. What does that comment mean to you, and how does it describe the book?
Well, it was extremely flattering comparison. I think probably what it means is that Patrick Leigh Fermor is known as a travel writer primarily, though he within that did this tremendously sort of heroic things during the war and so on. But he's known as an observer and a travel writer. I think when it says that, and this is partly a travel book. You know, I do go to 10 monasteries around the world and some beautiful places and sort of describe and observe those. But I suppose it's that I'm doing it with this underlying quest for what it is that the monks know and that they can teach us. And actually, Patrick Leigh Fermor did do a little bit of the same. And my inspiration really for this was one night when I was constantly on my phone all night waiting for the Today programme, running orders to come through, and I couldn't sleep. And I picked up a book that I didn't know by Patrick Leigh Fermor called A Time to Keep Silence. And it was about some visits he made to some monasteries. And I was struck by the sort of contrast between his life, which was very sort of active and quite worldly. You know, he was happy to go and live as a shepherd, but he was also quite happy to go to a big house in Ireland, you know, for in between and stay with some, you know, rich friends. So he was a sort of interesting contrast. But there was what this book sort of showed was this sort of still small voice of thinking of just wanting kind of peace of mind, you know. So for all his as I say, sort of active life and his parties and his sense of achievement, you know, he wanted some sense of just being, and that's what he was looking for. So it was rather sort of poignant yearning that I picked up from this book and sympathised with.
Now, that yearning, presumably that existed in you before you picked that book up.
Yes, I think I probably just hadn't identified it, and so it was partly just not having time to think, and I think that is probably a modern condition. Someone did say of the book that you realise that the iPhone is a kind of religion now for us, and so I did think of it as a kind of, was there a remedy to this digital age? And I think because I was working on a news programme and hadn't quite worked out a rhythm for it, so it just never ended, you know, because you're always working on, you know, this day or the next day. And I realised that I'd lost the ability really to pay much attention to other people or to listen, and certainly to read. You know, that was where I felt the sort of sadness of it. In fact, what drew me to the Patrick Leigh Fermor book was it was very thin, you know, and but otherwise, you know, I was just looking at my phone all the time. You know, that news must be coming through, news is happening, and so I did start to think that, you know, that by concentrating on news all the time, I'd lost a sense of meaning and of just sort of what mattered, actually.
You mentioned Thought for the Day as being an oasis in the middle of the news program in the morning. And I think your journey to write this book must have been an oasis in the context of your entire life. You get how long was it from when you picked up the book to when you made your first monastery visit to when you made the last visit? How long of a period did that occupy?
Yes, it must have been about sort of 2 years. So I was, I left the Today program in September. So I did. So I'd already written some of the book, and I had done it in a very sort of time managed way. You know, if I did it again, I'd love to just go and just stay without an end date. Whereas I was trying to fit it in. So I was at the G20 with the Today program in Japan. So I thought, oh, I can go and, you know, visit the temples. And so it was sort of fitting it in a bit. So on one hand, it did give me the very sharp contrast. But actually, it was probably only when the pandemic came. And so I'd planned these other visits. I was very, very keen to get to Armenia, and I'm sorry that I couldn't. But it was when the plans stopped, when everyone's plans stopped last year, and in March. And then I thought, oh well, now what do I do? And then looked up really at the bottom of my garden a fragment of 13th century Cistercian wall. It's Norfolk, so you know they're everywhere, but it was, and it, you know, poor nuns live there, and I started to think about that a bit and sort of concentrate on that. And that, so I feel that sort of halfway through the book there's a slightly different rhythm, you know, because obviously the pandemics changed everyone, I think, and so but particularly for me, because I was in Norfolk while still doing the program, but you know, so I was sort of issuing instructions, but while looking at this wall, you know, and then that was very odd to have it absolutely sort of side by side, these two lives.
You tell a story about this poor guy called Abba Aronin of Constantinople, who a long time ago had a pretty terrible disease that had eaten away at his body, and the monks around him kind of improvised a solution that leads you to say both knowledge of surgery and stoicism put monks at an advantage. What does that mean, and what might it mean for us today?
Well, I was interested to find out about the monasteries. I hadn't quite realised that they had been so pioneering both in surgery and in scholarship, so that the universities came out of the monasteries, and so did hospitals. And I was sort of interested because of the period, you know, that when the Prime Minister, you know, went into St. Thomas's, and thought, oh, and that was a priory sort of before. So this sense that firstly, you know, you can heal, but also, and you can learn, and that learning is forever. And I sort of excused myself a little bit for my very sort of amateur approach to all this, that I'm clearly not an ecclesiastical historian, but, you know, I'm an enthusiast, but realizing that, you know, the study is lifelong. So I think learning from that, and then I guess in the qualities that it teaches you, you know, that stoicism and resilience and sense that, you know, things will pass, and that so you know, patience is a very pandemic virtue probably. And I think a sense of just acceptance too, you know, that I think there was still a sort of shock that, you know, there was a disease, we didn't know it, and we couldn't control it. And so people having to sort of adapt to all that. And I think first, you know, that the sense that actually you can work out a medical ingenuity which will find a way of treating this, but also, you know, an acceptance, you know, actually of mortality is one thing that I think, you know, the fact that we've been talking about, you know, life and death for the last year is extraordinary, because, you know, no one mentioned it before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you say acceptance of death is something the world must learn anew, and that's one of those phrases that you know, sounds wise on the face of it, and I feel that way too. But why do you think it's important for the world to learn acceptance of death anew?
Well, I think one thing is the appreciation of life that comes with it, but also I think that the that some of the sort of fear, and this will come up, in your book and later with Claire Gilbert, actually sort of facing illness. And actually, I was thinking even today of the death of Helen McCrory, the actress, and the word that was often used was fearless, about her. And that she said, she lived her life at 150 miles an hour. When you look back at it, think, oh, because, she knew in some way she had to. So I think that sense of the sort of, the fullness of life, but also, that both human ambition, is clearly a great thing. We're living through a time where we're talking about going to Mars and so on, but it wouldn't be bad to have a little sense of humility as well of our place in the scheme of things. And I remember the moment when, Boris Johnson had said, no, we're going to crack this. No, we're going to sort this out. No, it'll be over in 3 months. And then he suddenly made this speech saying, we need to be humble before nature. And I thought that was a sort of, philosophical turning point. And again, something I guess that, we've had to learn.
So for yourself, if you wouldn't mind going, a little deeper in terms of your own personal feelings about this, how has this journey changed your perception of death?
Well, I suppose there's a quote in, I think it's from the Abbot of Rievaulx, when one of the monks were complaining that they couldn't sleep, and he said, "Oh, well, just imagine that you're already in the grave." It seemed a slightly severe response, but I suppose both birth and death, and I've seen during the pandemic, some sort of a tragedy at sort of someone I know, but also I guess trying to make sure that it's that we sort of live well. And actually I've got a very elderly father who read the book and then really wanted to discuss death afterwards, and I said, well, let's not do that now. But then thought, no, if you want to talk about, that, and again, we're discussing it today with, Prince Philip, that you have you probably, obviously, only understand your life fully, at the end of it. And so that thing about how do you want to be remembered? How do you want to live? And starts to count for more than just things like so reputation and all that sort of thing, matters more than perhaps power and money.
I have a friend who's a songwriter who has a song about the first date that he had with the woman who became his spouse. And she's a very wise woman, and asked him during that first date, how did your last few relationships end? Because she had tuned into the fact that you can learn a lot about somebody.
Very good question.
And, did you learn what would you now consider it a regret? Did you learn from mistakes and so forth? And they kind of made a playful commitment to each other at that first date that they would start with the ending, and that. Be realistic. Everything has an end. Everything has an end.
Everything has an end. Yeah.
And they've been together well over 2 decades now. It seems to me that there's the death that we conventionally understand as death and the end of our physical lives, and then there's all these other deaths and limitations that can happen in the course of a day, that can either be things we respond to with complaint or fighting against it. And I'm not talking about injustices, those are different. I'm talking about the natural course of life. And there's an echo in the book where I think you're in Japan at the time, and breakfast is at 7 a.m. and at 7:01 a.m. you get contacted by one of the monks asking why you're late for breakfast. So what? And that seems to me that this timekeeping thing is a form of death, a form of limitation. So would you talk a little bit about what's the relationship between strict timekeeping, or more poetically, the rhythm of monastic life that does have some pretty strong, this has to happen at this time and this happens at this time. What's the relationship between that kind of strict timekeeping and the unbridled freedom of the heart that many of the monks and nuns and people who live with this kind of rhythm in the outside world that I've met seem to have?
Yes, it's a very good point. That sort of freedom and joy within, with these constraints outside. And actually, it's sort of interesting on the timekeeping, because actually I'm used to very strict timekeeping because of the Today program. You can't, everything has to be timed exactly. And if you go over the pips, that's a very heinous thing to do. So I sort of understand that sort of time, but what I hadn't got used to was, but that's sort of more mechanical. And somehow with the monks and the nuns, it was more about this sort of external discipline, which allowed you then this internal life. And I was interested, actually going to Tyburn Convent in London, and I was talking to two nuns, and one of them turned to the other and said, do go if you need to. And I was sort of slightly surprised, because nothing externally had, there was no external sign that she wanted to. She hadn't looked at a watch, or there'd been no external sign. And I said, oh, how did you know that? How did you know to say that? And the nun said, oh, I sensed it. I sensed that she was perturbed. And so what, the sort of quality of sort of internal sensitivity and sort of nuance you must have to be able to absolutely judge without any external sign or what's happening. Whereas, and I compare that today where I'm going, 6:49, you're going over to someone just knowing how another person feels. So that, so I admired and envied that, and I think just being much more open and intuitive towards other people, which is a kind of consideration, which again is something that I'd sort of lost, I think, in my iPhone life, was really interesting. And I think the other thing was that it taught us that while we're all saying it's terrible, we can't travel, we can't go anywhere, we're imprisoned, and so what we see as imprisonment, and what happened in those monasteries, where no one traveled but the sort of spiritual imagination, was the horizons were extraordinary. And I remember describing to a nun at Quidnam in Norfolk where I'd been. So I went twice, and at the beginning I went to see her, and then I came back and I said, oh, I've been to Montserrat, and I've been to, I saw the Black Madonna, and I've been to all these places. And she was, sort of delighted and wanted to hear about it, but there was no sense that she wanted to go. She said, but I'm happy, where I am. And I always loved that quote from Wendy Beckett, who came from that nunnery, and when she was asked by a television person how the nuns felt about her having such an interesting life, because she was on the telly and she went to all these places, and she said, oh, they feel sorry for me. And it was such a sort of charming and a counterintuitive thing to say, but it speaks to the fullness of the inner life, I suppose.
So there's two places I want to go with that. And before I say that, just to folks who are watching and listening, in a few minutes, we'll be opening this up to questions. And if you have a question for Sarah, please type it into the comments, and then I will look for it and read it out. I want to ask you something about the Black Madonna in Montserrat, which I have also seen, and the experience. that I had stayed with me. This is 24 years ago, and what I saw was a long line of people waiting to see the Black Madonna, and maybe things have changed since then, but there was kind of a plastic case around the Black Madonna, and a little hole where you could put a hand in and touch parts of the statues. Is that still the case?
Yeah, that was yeah.
And there were very sort of strict rules about, how much you could touch, and like you had to move past quickly, and so on and so forth. But the time we were there, they stopped the queue just before us, and the people in front of us got to go and have their experience, and then they stopped us. And a woman whose job is to clean the Black Madonna appeared in overalls with a feather duster. I'm not joking. And she was able to, put the duster right up inside and totally dusted the Black Madonna. And I realized she gets to touch more of the Black Madonna than anybody else does. And she's doing this work that, in the conventional world is understood as mundane and often looked down on or marginalized. But in the monastic world, I mean, there's so many traditions within contemplative spirituality that says this kind of mundane work is actually among the most sacred. And it spoke to me about the term that's kind of become a cliche, but I think is profoundly true: the sacredness of the ordinary and the ordinariness of the sacred. This book that you've written is not what might be called like a highfalutin elite spiritual book. This is a book for people who live in the real world, like this woman who cleans the Black Madonna. And I'm wondering how this journey has affected the way you think about your previous work and the way news, so-called, is handled, and what we call the media. And I would presume you don't think that these two worlds should be kept separate, but we have not yet seen a truly contemplative news media program. And I'm sure you have lots of thoughts about this, so I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, that would be a thing, the contemplative news program. Because I don't know whether news just is by its nature sort of antithetical, because it's always excitable. It wants, the new thing all the time, and it and I always think, with stories, it takes time to settle before you really understand what happened. And finally it becomes history, and then you have a sense of what happened. And I think, all those sort of contradictions of, that news tends to sort of follow a script a bit, and it doesn't always allow people to, change their mind, or that there are sort of contradictions. Actually, it was something President Obama said when he was talking about sort of news and judgment, how quick we are to judge people, that, someone can be both a sort of, bloodthirsty ruler and a very good family man. It doesn't sort of allow contradictions in the same, in the way that I guess is true of humanity. So it's both, factually right on, I hope, on one level, but it's not the whole truth. I think that's the point. And I spent some time thinking about this actually in Greece. I didn't obviously get to Mount Athos because women aren't allowed, but I went to Metaura, and I did read some of the books about the monks on Mount Athos, and there was certainly one monk who forbade the reading of newspapers, because he said it's sort of bad for the soul. And I thought, well, how can you pray when you don't know what you're praying for? Don't know what's going on. And but his answer seemed to be that all the world's sort of troubles and joys come from the same source. That it's I guess ignorance or conflict or whatever. So you're back almost to the Bible in that sense. So actually, you don't need to know everything. You kind of need to know what the root cause is. I mean, I would find that still difficult. still listen. I listen to the Today programme, and I always read the papers in the morning. But what I don't do is have a sort of incessant news feed, and I can put it away. And I do think the difference between, as I say, sort of news and truth, or news and meaning, that they're different. It's not, news isn't enough, actually, and it doesn't actually also give you a sort of fuller understanding. So I suppose that's one thing I'm really trying to read a lot more, and actually it has been really sort of freeing. I think that because I've allowed maybe a little space, because I'm not just on this terrible permanent news feed, to read, and then and so therefore have a sense of the sort of deeper truths that you can get from fiction, actually, which, and so that's been a difference, that there is in the end something that's just very limiting about news. And I do think particularly news now, as I say, because it's so tied up with judgment, makes it much more dangerous.
I'm fascinated by the idea that there's a different form of judgment in the news today than there used to be. Do you think that's true?
I think that is true. I mean, that's primarily social media, and actually, it's why I still would, value the sort of Reithian ideal behind the BBC. And actually, one thing I wanted to do was go and set up. Sorry, I'm just trying to get out of this sunlight. My first idea was to go and try and bring back the home service broadcasting, because that was listening to some of that was so, literally it started with someone saying, "This is the news," and it was just, "This is the news from London," and then it was talk.
You could hear the tuxedo.
Exactly. I just want someone in a dinner jacket, probably smoking, saying this is the news. But the joy of it was that there was no, by that total formality, and because it was absolutely on events. It was this has happened. There's an election here. There's a war here, sort of thing. Whereas the now, for good reasons, in some way of wanting things to be more. Sort of informal and personality driven, but judgment comes with that, and I don't know whether it has made us all so much more judgmental, or thinking that we can know things about people that we don't. I was interested again thinking about Helen McCrory, who actually I did know slightly, and have always sort of admired as an actress, and how interesting that she kept this absolutely central truth to herself. She's a performer, she goes out there and, she did Medea, but this one thing that she kept herself, that she was dying, was, I felt, there was a sort of dignity, in that. And it just, and that's rare, because mostly, you chase everyone down. There's very little that people can have that's private.
Mm-hmm. There's more I'd love to ask about news and judgment and so on, but I'm gonna hold that for now. Maybe we'll have time before the end. I've seen some questions are coming in. I'm going to ask you one more question, and then folks watching and listening, please do type your questions into the comments, and we'll get to as many as we can. The second thing that I had wanted to ask you about, you talked about the Black Madonna. You talked earlier, I think it was probably Mother Marilla you were speaking about, who had noticed that one of her nuns was feeling perturbed or something, and then wanted to give her a chance to move on. You say that Mother Marilla fears that those of us in the busy world might mistake the structured thought of monasteries for boredom. The first thing that is taught in monasteries is not to waste time. And you don't mean that in monasteries they teach you, make every second count, and this is not about productivity or effectiveness. It's about growing food, running farms, tending a garden, reading books, tending to the sick, and praying throughout the day. And I guess the question I have is about that contrast, because there's plenty of people in the business world, in the media world, in the commercial world that might hear just one clause in that about not wasting time, and take completely, well, let's call it the wrong message, certainly that is not intended by the monasteries. I wonder how you have internalized this not wasting time thing as a result of this 2-year journey. I'm also wondering, as you said, you don't tune into the constant news feed these days. What has it taken for you to be able to do that? Because I know for me, that's a difficult thing. It's certainly an intention that I have often had, and it can last for a few days, and then I'm back into the feed and back into the feed. So I think those are two different kinds of questions. One is about what does it mean to not waste time? And the other question is, how have you been able to disconnect to the degree that you have?
Yes, the very good questions. And on the first, I was interested when one or two journalists who I've spoken to, from my world, from the old media world, and have said, but these people in monasteries, so basically it's just it's nice escape, isn't it? As if it's a spa or something. And I said, believe me, you wouldn't call it an escape if you were there. It's incredibly hard, and austere. And so I think there's a sort of mistaking that it's sort of some sort of relaxation. And I noticed that came up when it was said that the Archbishop of Canterbury was going on a spiritual retreat, and one of the papers said, described it as the Archbishop is skiving. And again, trying to explain that this, the intensity of sort of concentration and prayer and sort of stillness that goes with then that, there's the sort of humility of labour, but belief that, making things and that, tending the sick, all those sort of adds up to this, spiritual life. So I suppose that's that's what I've been trying to understand. And then if there's any way of trying to emulate any of that, and I wouldn't presume, because actually, what's happening in the monasteries is it's lifelong, and it's, devotional or something completely different. But I did learn a bit from in Egypt. The Copts, I think that was a word, it was something like nepsis, where and it's about sort of stillness in turmoil, or if not turmoil, a stillness in kind of, busyness. And I did notice that seeing, it was Archbishop Angelus, who's head of the Coptic Church in the UK. And I have seen him, in the Today studio, and I've seen him going back to his monastic roots, where the actual cell that he goes back to, and there are he does manage to keep that sort of core of stillness, and so I think it's just and it's incredibly hard to do, so I wouldn't claim in any way I can, but I have had, and some of it you need, if you're really have that spiritual life, then then you have it within, so it's always there. I still have to slightly summon something from outside, whether it's a beautiful piece of music, so I'm still slightly reliant on Beethoven or a beech tree, or a barn owl or something to, I need props and I need some help in it, but I sort of see the beauty of what that must be, to be able to experience that. And I suppose there are not, so now the disconnecting is that. And actually I do remember to say, watching a barn owl while listening to news and being able to experience the beauty of the barn owl, which and it's, so not having that sort of rather sort of hectic ticker tape in your head. But I think the things probably that people have always done, so anything to do with nature, anything to do with divine music. And I noticed that one of the first plays coming out when the theatres open is about Bach, and and the question of what's music for? Is it for a divine purpose, which he sort of believed it was, or is it to entertain people? But so I very much need roots, but I kind of once I'm but I certainly spend some time now just I'm very happy to sit and watch a bird on a bird feed for half an hour. Actually, bird watching is probably the nearest I get to that sort of patience and disconnect.
Well, I think you certainly should add to your public bio, Sarah Sands, slightly reliant on Beethoven. Which and it occurs to me as you talk about, you mentioned birds and barn owl and so on and so forth. There's a very honorable contemplative tradition of spiritual leaders saying things like consider the lilies and look at the sparrows. So it seems to me that not that you're saying this, but for anybody who feels like, oh, I'm not fully sanctified as a contemplative yet because I still have to look at a tree in order to experience beauty. Well, that's part of what the tree's for. and perhaps if the revelations of quantum physics are anything to go by, I think the tree may also be observing you and getting something out of that as well. So some questions in the chat, and folks, please do send more in. We have another 10 minutes to go. From Heather. Sarah, how has the experience of working on this book changed your daily life? And you've already spoken to that in the round, but I think specifically, are there differences to the way, I imagine you don't have to get up as early as you used to when you were working on Today, or maybe you choose to get up that early. So what does your daily life look like that's different than before this book?
Well, yeah, certainly, I left the Today program. I've sort of filled up the time. I've had various roles, paid and unpaid, which has filled up the time. But I think, firstly, for instance, I was offered a job which would have taken me back to absolutely, those hours and that rhythm. And it was more, and it was within Downing Street, and it would have meant absolutely, clamped to your phone day and night. And I just thought it was a sort of step backwards. So I kind of know what doesn't feel right now. But so I think, what I've learned is, I hope a sort of more joy in what matters. But some of those things are just lucky. I was lucky enough to have a grandchild during lockdown. And so that's been, that's a total miracle to me. But I guess it's, that I feel a slight distance from when I get those frantic calls, often still from the Today program producers going, I just really don't know, can we do that? And I sort of just think, it's all right, it doesn't matter, it'll pass, don't worry. So I think just that a greater sense of joy, I think, is what I have.
And I want to be sure that I heard you right. You're saying you still get calls from former colleagues?
I do. Well, because they kind of assume I'm on the same rhythm of,
right. And you might have become kind of Mother Superior or a pastor to.
Oh no, I wish. No, it's certainly not asking. No one's asked me for spiritual guidance. And in fact, one person who knew me, who reviewed the book and said, it was quite hard to keep a straight face of thinking of someone, of knowing me as I say, so sort of, worldly and gossipy and tied to the media. But I would say it was sincere, that book.
A question from Carol: which monastic characteristic have you absorbed most into your personal rule of life? Do you consider yourself to have a rule of life?
What I've tried to do is, the simple outward one. So being, tidiness. I don't know if that actually.
Okay. Yeah.
But I actually have, tied it, as a lot of people have actually during lockdown. But I kind of think I need, if I have a sort of order around. So I've tried that one, and I'm clearly very aware of my failings. So I don't know if that counts as humility. I think humility is too big a one. I would say I have tried to be tidy.
So I imagine some folk might respond to that as, oh my goodness, she's saying cleanliness is next to godliness, and lots of us grew up, or some of us grew up with that being used as a sort of a punishment or a puritanical stay within the lines. And of course you don't mean that. You mean something, I think, more like you talked earlier about the spiritual imagination is free to travel, and people who either live in monastic life or have applied that within the outside world may more easily intuit, I don't actually need to get on a plane to go visit somewhere, that the spiritual imagination can actually be set free by limitations. And I imagine it's the same for the tidiness thing. Can you speak a little bit more about how tidiness is a liberation?
Yeah, I think tidiness is almost like a sort of metaphor, that instead of just trying to cram everything in, to your life or your, I think, a sense of just, paring down and concentrating on, the things that matter. So actually, even by, my bedside, I just have, one book at a time, rather than just a sort of, and it doesn't mean, of course, great people can have messy rooms, but it's sort of trying to internalize these qualities. And actually, that was one thing I was taught by the Japanese monks, who said, so the first thing they're taught when they first begin orders is tidiness, is one of the first things. And I noticed, when I was staying at the monastery, and at that monastery, and you have a mattress on the floor, which they then roll up and put away. And outside I'd left my shoes, and each time I came back, they'd been put straight, and so I learned now to sort of put them straight. And I don't know whether that, and so what they teach is that this sort of basis of harmony. So I guess, there's little things that you can apply, but then, but also it's on a sort of bigger scale of, you just don't need all this stuff, that's the thing. You need much less than you think you do. And I think the other thing, as I say, is that sort of patience. So whether it's bird watching or, looking at reflections in a pond or something, just something that gives you that stillness.
We're moving toward wrapping up. I have two more questions I want to fit in. One from Peter Barrett, who says, you said thought for the day was an oasis. Any particular highlights or speakers you particularly enjoy, or if you want to avoid having to identify them by name, what type of thought for the day did you appreciate the most?
It's interesting question, because thought for the day, itself, of course, is a very odd, anomalous thing. You're in the middle of a news program. When I arrived, I just, well, hang on, then give it to Newsnight. Why can't they have it? And it just didn't make sense. And then, and the other thing is that you're taught constitutionally not to listen to it, because it's its own thing, so you can't have any say in it, and the presenters aren't meant to respond to it in any way. And actually, one thing happened during the pandemic was someone was doing Thought for the Day, and they talked about their father's funeral, and it was rather sort of raw and moving. And then afterwards, the presenters said, and the time is whatever, and some listeners said, but why does no one react to it? You've been talking about something very sort of personal and profound. And I think I sort of don't mind that, because, it is like it's a sort of mini sermon. I guess, as with sermons, if something's sort of profound, then it, or has that resonance. And I know that there are some of the sort of rules of Thought for the Day, which I rather resisted. Not that I had any say in it, but I kind of thought, if you've always got to make it like topical or relevant, back to my monk of Mount Athos, sometimes that'll work, but sometimes if it's in the newspapers today, it says that a caterpillar cake is being challenged for copyright. So in what way is faith like a capital? So that's an absurd example. But when you have to sort of link it, whereas so I guess the ones that sort of saw, and there were some, and I took the pandemic in some ways, where people were talking about some of the experiences in ICU of whether that was sort of hallucination. It was someone who'd said, that was right, it was someone who'd said that they thought they'd seen God, and that was a thought for the day, on that theme, and it was marvelously profound. And actually, when I went to Egypt with Frank Gardner, who's security correspondent, and we did something about the Coptic tradition of forgiveness, which sometimes seems, beyond endurance, for terrible things have happened, but you continue to forgive. And then I think it was Lucy Winkett did the thought for the day on forgiveness in that sense. So that was a memorable one. Jonathan Sachs, or so there's some marvelous thought for the day. So I think it's that one where you get that great sort of rumble of of the church speaking, or whatever your faith is, rather than trying too much to make it kind of topical of the day.
Well, lest we get a phone call from a Japanese abbot telling us that we're late, we are just at time. We're actually 1 minute past time, but I'd like to ask you in 30 seconds to respond to this, and that's perhaps counterintuitive because it sounds like a rush, but it's also, let's treat it as the keeping things within the lines of strict timekeeping. Last question from Christine. What guidance would you give to your new grandchild as they grow up in this frenetic world?
Oh, gosh, it's just, to trust, I think. Yeah, because, the idea, particularly of the pandemic, of people feeling sort of isolated or protected. I just think, trust in life and trust in love. But I think that I would say.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much for sharing this time with us this morning, for doing the contemplative and the physical work that led to this beautiful book, The Interior Silence, which I hope everybody watching today will get a copy of, because it is a rewarding and rich, meaningful experience to be reading it, and to be reading it slowly. So we're going to take a break now, and we will be back at 11 o'clock. I hope you'll join us again then. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Gareth. Look forward to your session later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Hello, I think we're starting. My name's Sarah Sands, and I'm going to be interviewing Claire Gilbert about her book, Miles to Go Before I Sleep, Letters on Hope, Death, and Learning to Live. Here we go. And this really does seem to be an incredibly sort of profound book for our times. It's a great pleasure to be talking to Claire. And I know, Claire, you're going to start with a reading because to set out this book, which is it was about a diagnosis for cancer, and the rest follows. It's then about how you're going to live following this diagnosis. So should we start with that reading?
Yes, of course. Friday, 8th of March. I should actually, just before I start, just to give some context, I should explain that the book began as a series of letters written to dear friends and family, not intended for publication at all, in the form of a diary. So I asked these people who love me if they would be willing to read what I wrote about what was happening to me, because writing about it was the way I was going to make sense of it. And so what you'll hear is the diary. It turned out that when it came to the decision to publish, I didn't edit it that much, so it ended up being quite a raw read. So Friday, 8th of March, I have the result. I do have myeloma, an incurable, as it turns out, cancer of the blood. My approximate prognosis, with a scientific understanding, current treatments, my own age and state of health, which is reasonably good, is that I will die of the condition in about 10 years, though that is very likely to be extended given the amount of research and development in the field. I feel strange, strangely distant from the diagnosis, as if it is happening, yes, to me, but I am also someone else looking on rather quizzically. A shock which I am probably reeling from, though I feel quite steady. My body is trembling a bit, though. I can't really think about anything else. The newspaper doesn't arrest my attention. Yes, reeling is probably the word for it, but inwardly I do believe I am strong. I keep thinking of the positives. In 10 years, I can do a great deal. It's not such a short time as to paralyze me. Sean, my partner, is relieved that I will, after all, probably outlive him, which is only fair. So many things I don't have to worry about. Dying alone and incontinent as a discarded old lady in a home. Not having children means there are no descendants whose futures I will want to see. I don't have to worry very much about money, providing I keep my health. The clinical nurse specialist, the most lovely woman called Grace, said I should think of myeloma, and indeed a lot of cancers now, as a chronic condition, not a fatal one. Of course, it is ultimately fatal in the way that life is. It's only a bit quicker. I wouldn't want to spend the next 10 years feeling ill. So that helps me think about how I respond to treatment choices. I won't be beating this cancer or fighting it. It isn't a war with a winner and a loser. It's my condition. It's part of me, in my blood, which is my life force, which brings to all parts of my body all that it needs to keep functioning. I love my blood, and I don't want to feel ill. I asked Dr. Mary, the hematologist who broke the news, what I should tell my loved ones. She suggested telling them that I have a cancer which is incurable but treatable. So let's think of the treatment as something additional that is necessary to life, like eating and bathing and sleeping. Except for the fucking side effects. I do not want to get fat on steroids. I am going to remain beautiful till I die. The eyebrows are a good start. I had them tattooed when I heard I might have cancer. And dying early helps, of course. I mean, choose a way to die. Not a stroke, not with a body that bit by bit is falling apart, not under a bus so my loved ones have no time to get used to it. I'm going to imagine I have 10 years. What will I do with those 10 years? I will ride and swim in the sea. I will wear beautiful clothes and good makeup. I will take care of my skin and my hair and my feet. I will read the books I love, some Dickens again, I think, to begin with, because he brought to birth in me my love of words and my respect for them. I will listen to music, go to concerts. I will sing. I will have piano lessons. I will write and write and write. I will write poetry. I will contemplate. I will learn to contemplate. I will practice contemplation.
So, Claire, I am not Sarah Sands, but Sarah's sound is not working, and so I am going to step in until Sarah's sound is fixed, and hopefully that won't be too long. So, I'm thinking actually an echo of the conversation we've just had with Sarah about limitations and freedom. Mm-hmm. And it feels like in typical circumstances, people might feel it's almost a trivialization of the experience that you're having for me to even ask you about that. But you have done something that few people do, which is that you've written a book and have invited people into this story. And so it's with respect, but also I feel like there's an invitation there from you to explore this question of limitations and freedom, and ask you to share what does that call forth from you?
Well, it doesn't half concentrate the mind to be told you're going to die. Of course, we all know in theory we're going to die, but actually to be told by someone who knows what they're talking about that you have this condition, and it's a condition that's through you because it's a cancer of the blood. You see, it's not like a tumor. It's something that's just flowing around you with this thing that you need for life. So it really concentrates the mind. And I can remember, and I write about this, the crunchy tang of an apple, the blossom, the on horseback riding has been one of my great life givers, on horseback and the rolling bosomy hills of Sussex, with views all the way to the sea, and the catkins coming out on the willow and so forth. So it really wakes you up to what is, knowing that it's going to come to an end. And someone said, I can't remember who, you don't know a thing until you say goodbye to it. It was in a song, I think. You don't know a thing until you say goodbye to it. When it's going to be taken away from you, then you embrace the thing, you draw it to you because you realize your love for it. And so much of this experience and what I've really tried to convey through writing, it is the feelings that it invokes in you, not theology, not working it out, but what it feels like, and the sense that you make of the feeling of what's going on, and the feeling of mortality does bring you to life like nothing else. It's a wonderful paradox. I mean, it's a wonderful, wonderful gift. And that's why I felt that really this cancer needs to be made to be a source of joy, not of bitterness. That's what I'm going to make. Through the writing, I'm going to make it a source of joy, not of bitterness. And then if that's a battle, then that's the it's not a battle, that's the wrong word for it, but that's what I'm going to try and do.
So say more about it being a source of joy.
So going back to the blood, the sense of it being in my blood. So one of my contemplations, it's really drawing on the Ignatian practice, which I've developed, having done the Ignatian spiritual exercises, which are not for the faint-hearted. Believe me. I imagine my way into my blood, and I imagine the blood flowing through my body, and I'm flowing with it, and I'm actively loving my blood, and sometimes I imagine Christ flowing through the blood, and I say to my blood, or let it be said to my blood, "You're fine. You're brilliant. You don't need to overproduce proteins," which is what the cancer is. You're wonderful. I love you. I love you. I love you. And but feeling it, not saying it really. And it's very interior, and it's very physical. It's in this body, my body, that this contemplation is taking place. So and that deep sparks of joy come in that. And the absolute worst time, I should say that my suffering of the last 2 years has been all from the treatment, not from the cancer itself, because it was caught before it started getting to work on my body, thank heavens. But the treatment is awful, and they try and hit you really, really hard at the beginning to send it into deep remission, because again, it can't be cured. And one of the bits of treatment I had was a stem cell transplant, and it's an autologous stem cell transplant. So they take my own stem cells after a course of treatment, to take my own stem cells, harvest them, and then they give me this drug called McLaren, which is based on the mustard gas that was used in the Second World War, and no human being should give that to any other human being. It is utterly horrific. It kills all your bone marrow, which is where the new stem cells are going to go to be transplanted. And it also kills all the bacteria in your gut from your mouth to your backside. So I was vomiting and had diarrhea, and I had the most awful sores in my mouth, and a vile taste, and a mucus, which meant it was incredibly hard to swallow anything or anything at all. And yet I had to keep my strength up to let the transplant work. So I was really, really sick and ill for many days, really many days, and I would lie there, and you couldn't just lie and let it happen. It was active in you, this vile thing that was killing everything off in order to make way for the transplant. But right at the very, very heart of that absolute weakness, absolute powerlessness, was joy.
I want to ask, how was it that joy was at the center of that?
Well, what an excellent question. And I don't think it's a question. What I can tell you is that it's there.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to theorize about it. I'm going to tell you that it's there. A really huge influence on me was Julian of Norwich, who I wrote my doctorate on her, and in fact completed it not that long before the diagnosis. And she has been my companion all the way through. So there's a lot of Julian in the book. And the great thing about Julian is that she speaks about what she sees. She doesn't. She's a brilliant theologian. She's a very nuanced, very accomplished theologian. But in her language, she speaks of what she sees, and she refuses to deny. She's unflinching about what she sees, and indeed facing her own suffering. She herself was ill. And that's really what this book is. It's a book that you feel rather than read, actually. Gareth, you answer the question how. I can just tell you.
well,
in our lives.
If I can, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last thing you said. Can you say again?
It's for us to discover in our lives. Well, maybe is that the question? Is that the question?
It seems to me. So here's the thing I know about Julian of Norwich, and everybody knows about Julian of Norwich, and you've written a PhD on Julian of Norwich, so you know a whole lot more. But the thing that I know is all shall be well, and all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. And a friend of mine, a spiritual director friend of mine, who talks to me about, who will always say this, no matter what's going on. She will text me and she'll say, all should be well, and all should be well, and all manner of things should be well. It occurred to me recently, unless I've been misquoting her all my life, she didn't say all is well. She said all shall be well. And perhaps you'd like to comment on that, because I know that it can sometimes be misused as a way of saying to people, oh, chin up, you know, or look on the bright side. You're doing something that's far more profound than just look on the bright side, although it is that. It definitely is that. It's just that the bright side is more metaphysically real than just you're not suffering as much as somebody else is suffering. It's certainly not the kind of unfair, you know, the relative comparison that many of us were aware of as children. Eat your dinner because there's starving children, and you should feel bad if you don't eat your dinner. So yeah,
it's the other side of the pain.
That's the joy.
It's the other side of the pain. You have to go through it.
Yeah.
You can't go around it. You can't deny it. I was brought up with a very almost cult-like focus of philosophy of Eastern mysticism, and which taught that what we were in truth was all knowledge, consciousness, and bliss. There was one consciousness, which was the whole universe, and therefore anything which wasn't that wasn't real. And so you develop this practice of detachment from the mess. Now Christianity saved me from that, because in a sense, Christianity is the opposite of that, and the pain of the passion. And this is something that Julian goes through. She actually asks to experience the pain of the passion, and it's so bad. It's absolutely terrible for her, terrible pain for her. So instead of trying to push the pain away, instead of trying to say it's not really there and I'm all right, and I'm maintaining my detached bliss, this kind of Eastern idea, with a frown, you know, that's the trouble. It's, you know, there was no love in it either, this philosophy, and we sort of pretended we were detached. It was bollocks, frankly. So here we are. Here's the pain, and of course you take what you can to alleviate the pain. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute you should suffer unnecessarily. Of course, take the things, but the fact of the matter is there is pain, and you walk towards it, and you walk carefully and slowly through it. And it's only then, and Julian does this, and it's only then that you can have some feeling, some sense of what she means by all shall be well. And I just, one addition to that, I read recently, a vicar said, was asked, what's your philosophy of life or something, or what's the thing you would tell others? What's the advice you give others? She said, I would say this, it'll be all right in the end. And if it's not all right, it's not the end. And actually, I think that's a really good interpretation of that statement by Julian.
Right, lovely. Would you tell us about your day job?
Westminster Abbey Institute. Goodness. Well,
that sounds very extraordinary.
Yes, so we founded it in 2013. So Westminster Abbey sits on Parliament Square with the Houses of Parliament to its left on the east side, the Treasury and all of Whitehall, all the civil service opposite, and since 2009, the Supreme Court, the judiciary on the other side. So you have the legislature, the executive, the judiciary, and then this bloody great church on Parliament Square. So in a sense, the Institute was an answer to the question, what's Westminster Abbey doing there? What's its offer to the public conversation? And so I talked to people around Parliament Square and said, is there anything that Westminster Abbey can do that could be of use to you, that isn't being done perfectly well elsewhere? Because there's a lot of chat in Westminster, as you can imagine, lots of people commenting and criticising and campaigning, and we didn't just want to add to that, nor do we want to be an apologist for faith in the public square either, I might say, because that was being done extremely well by Theos, among others. So So anyway, well, the response that came from the politicians, the civil servants, the judges and others was, there is something Westminster Abbey can do, which is to be a place of reflection where we can step back from running around trying to rule and run the country and think about the good that we hope we're doing and want to do, and reflect more deeply on it, to reconnect with our vocation to public service, which is easily forgotten, and to recalibrate our moral compass, or resensitize our moral antennae. And of course, that's what Westminster Abbey can do. So we've created this institute, and it involves public programs on things like integrity in public life, truth in public life, the responsibilities of democracy, the nature of power as a politician or a civil servant or a judge or a journalist. We have private conversations as well, where people can really say what they feel quite deeply in a safe space. And we also have a fellows program of younger public servants from lots of different walks of public service life, about 20 of them each year, and they become very close to each other, and we work over the year with them. We've got about 100 fellows now. They stay in touch with the institutes. They're Westminster Abbey Institute Fellows, or WAIFs.
It seems to me that one of the things that the book is about and your journey is about is learning to live with uncertainty. And it also seems to me that people in public life probably need to learn that, or be assisted with learning that, maybe more than anybody else, because what we the public, when we're functioning as members of the public, are demanding unfairly, I think, of many people in public life, particularly politicians, is certainty. Tell us that you know. Say yes or say no. Don't ever, the worst thing a politician can say is, I don't actually know the answer to that. Has this journey for yourself and through the book been of assistance in working with public people who are in public life around that question of uncertainty?
It's a really, really important point. So this cancer, it's incurable, right? So I'm still being treated, Gareth. I've got until July. It will be 2.5 years of treatment, chemotherapy every week, 1 week off, 18 times after the stem cell transplant, which itself followed a whole series of quite punishing chemotherapy. And it's been going on and on and on. And I am desperate for it to finish. I am so fed up of the sickness, of being bound to this cycle. But I have to keep saying to myself, the treatment comes to an end in July. At some point, this is going to come back. The most you can hope for, and this would be rare, this is very rare, is that you live long enough with it in remission for you to die of something else.
Right.
Before it comes back. But most people, it comes back. Sometimes it comes back within months. Sometimes you have a few years. It's been given the best possible chance with this horrible treatment that I've had. But the fact of the matter is, it hasn't gone away. It's there, but it's just too low to measure at the moment. So I have to live with that uncertainty. I have to. I cannot latch my hope to beating the cancer. This language is often used with cancer. I cannot do that. So where do I find my peace of mind? It has to be somehow underneath that uncertainty, or with that uncertainty. I express it as finding my peace as the world cannot give, because the world cannot give me that peace. And so to our public servants, yes, to find, now we'll talk about this in your session, that unimpactable bit of you, the place where and it never goes away, like the joy at the heart of the weakness. It's there, to find a way of returning to that. And that's the discipline I have to impose on myself, turning to it and trying to rest with it, so that you can was it nepsis? You spoke about it with Sarah in the last session, stillness in the turmoil. That cell, Archbishop Angelos's cell, Julian of Norwich's cell, is there in one's heart, to be returned to and to be practiced at that. And that's certainly something to teach the public servants. But I want to say something else as well, because there's a dynamic here. You can't just, and I found this question early on with the diagnosis and as the treatment began. You cannot just sit down under the sentence that you've been given. You can't just say, all right, I'm going to die, and be peaceful with that, actually. Although you kind of want that. And there's this cat and mouse game that cancer plays, or cancer treatments play. Hope, and then it doesn't work, or there's another treatment, gives you hope for a bit longer, but it doesn't work. But you can't just say, well, I'm just not going to go there. There's something about the will to life, which was the other thing that was at my heart. That weakness, the will to life, and it's an active thing, and it's a disturbing thing, and that is essential too. And as our public servants try to rule and run the country through this pandemic and the new questions that are arising for us and the sense of uncertainty, there needs to be a real looking forwards too. And when I talk about cancer being a source of joy, not of bitterness, you might say, make the pandemic a source of joy, not of bitterness. Find the newness in there, which will be life-giving. In that very thing, which seems like the worst thing that could have happened to us, you will find. And that's your challenge as a human being. And it's lively, it's disruptive, and it can stop your peace of mind. It's dynamic.
The newness in the trouble.
Yeah,
it makes me think that, you know, when the pandemic was starting to gather pace, a friend of mine posted on Facebook that he had written a little handwritten card and had delivered it to all the neighbors on his street, saying, I'm sorry, it literally began with, I'm sorry it took a pandemic for me to reach out to you. Because, of course, like many people in the West, he didn't know his neighbors, they didn't know him, they hadn't spoken to each other before, and said, if you need any help, my name is Bill, this is my phone number, call me if you need to self-isolate, and if you're vulnerable, I'll go get groceries for you and I'll leave them on your doorstep. And one of the neighbors he was leaving this for, he'd knocked the door, and she felt fear and did not want to answer the door to a stranger. So he left the card on the doorstep, and I think she sort of behaved aggressively toward him, shooed him away. And he went back home, and he was feeling bad about this. But later that afternoon, she showed up at his house with some homemade jam and an apology, just saying, hey, I was scared, I didn't know who you were. And now they know each other. And that seems to me to be a perfect example of the newness in the trouble, that without the trouble, they probably still would not have had a conversation yet. I want to say to folks listening and watching, if you have a question for Claire, please type them into the comments, and as we did in the previous session, we'll get to as many as we can. And Claire, if you'd like to read something more from the book,
sure, yes. Let me read a really lovely example of this joy. So one of the things that we absolutely terrified about, particularly if you're a woman, is loss of hair, right? And I really didn't want to lose my hair. And most of the treatment, you don't lose your hair, but the stem cell transplant, you do. And as it turns out, in my case, the harvesting of stem cells, the chemotherapy I was given to grow more stem cells in my body before the harvesting made my hair fall out. So here we go, Monday, 7th of October. Hanks of hair coming out in my hands in the bath and at the sink. More is on my head than is coming off, I keep muttering, my heart hammering as the ball of hair grows and grows. I didn't wash my hair yesterday. Would washing make things worse, or just reveal the inevitable? This morning I have to wash it, and my bath swims with hair. I, who cannot bear a single hair dallying in the bathroom or on my clothes or anywhere apart from people's heads. I, who am avid about clearing up my own hair mess in a bathroom. I am wading through hair. I am just as avid cleaning up now, but the task is Herculean. My Augean stable keeps filling up as more hairs fall from my head, catch in my comb, settle in the sink. Hercules had a day. I have a train to catch. I don't know if I'm making things worse by washing it, but once I have started, I can't stop. I have to comb it out. I have to dress it. I am as gentle as my shaking hands can be. Eventually it is done and it looks normal. You wouldn't notice. but I have hands full of hair to show Sean. He suggests an artist might make something of it, and we remember Mona Hatoum, whose enormous installations featured quantities of hair twisted and woven and turned into rope like a curtain. I like the metaphor, but hate the reality. I really dislike her work. I think of concentration camps and the use to which inmates' hair was put after their heads had been shaven. The only place for my great switch of hair is in the compost, making new life. I hope it does. I think this is a good rehearsal. It is such a shock, and if I have the stem cell transplant and it all falls out, I have had a taste of what it is like. It cannot be hidden, you see. Everything else I have gone through is on the inside. I can hide away during the sickness, put makeup and a smile on my face. I've enjoyed being told how well I look, defiant in the face of the challenge of cancer. But everyone will see the hair loss. And however quickly my friends will get used to how I look, the initial view is a shock, and for the general public, baldness on women is just weird. So my hair keeps falling out until finally, when I wash it, what little is left turns into a matted lump on top of my head. I can do nothing with it, nothing at all. Monday, 14th October. I look at myself in the mirror inquiringly. This tangle has precipitated the moment, but I am ready. Ready to shave it all off. I am to be shriven before I enter my anchor hold. Encouraged by Sean, who is rightly convinced that for this task I need a barber's shaver, not scissors, we enter a barber's in Newcomen Street near Guy's Hospital. I speak to the man at the desk who has a kind face. I'm not a gentleman, I say, but I have to shave my hair off because it's falling out anyway from chemotherapy. I have cancer. His face softens and he says, of course, and ushers me to a chair. I remove my cap and reveal the ruination of my head of hair. Sean sits in quiet attendance. Then this angel of a man gently, oh so gently, shaves my head, carefully approaching the tangled knot, working his way over the contours of my scalp, leaving an inch of hair, which is mercifully still evenly distributed, a silver grey, revealing my head, revealing me. I look at myself in the mirror and I see that I am fine. I am revealed, and what is revealed is just fine. I don't mean the appearance of me exactly, more that with nothing covering me, nothing to hide behind or pretend with, entirely on show, I am nothing to be ashamed of. I feel as vulnerable as I have ever felt, but I am also strangely relieved and liberated. I am fine until a customer who has witnessed the proceedings while having his own prolific haircut walks past me on his way out and says, "You look even better than when you came in, more badass." And then I dissolve into tears and the beautiful angel, Al, quietly continues to give an artistic finish to my shaven head. We begin to speak to each other. I tell him a bit about my cancer. He tells me a bit about himself. He is Kurdish. His heart is breaking over what is happening to his people in northern Syria. He says Kurds are not safe even here. We are Muslims helping the West, he says. That makes us a target for those who think we are betrayers. We are in compassionate communion as Al carefully neatens my crop. What is happening to me is so utterly unimportant in the context of the continued destruction of his people. But the tender attention Al gives my unimportant hair is our place of communion. What I had dreaded with the deepest dread I had had in all this time since my cancer was diagnosed is become a transcendent experience in which I am attended by an angel of the first order. It is one of the best experiences of my life so far. I am profoundly blessed.
Wow. I feel like I want to have a minute's pause and quiet just to take that in. Thank you for reading it. And I don't know if it costs you even now to read it to people. And I know that when I tell personal stories, there's a cost to that too, and a benefit as well. But thank you for what you just read. A question, and this is a question from Sarah Sands, who is there's been a technological catastrophe that's preventing her being able to hear anything, but she's typed some questions here because she wants to participate, and this question's about what helps and what doesn't help in terms of other people's responses to you that you might offer as advice to anyone who encounters someone who is faced with a challenge like the one you're facing. What helps and what doesn't help?
Right. So it's much harder for the loved ones than it is for the one who's going through it. That was my pretty much first discovery, because when you're going through it, you know what it is, right? But when you love the person who's going through it, you don't know what it is. You can't do all that much, or you feel helpless. But what you can do is not go away. Just that, not go away. And my dear readers, the people to whom I wrote these letters, which ended up as this book, did me the greatest possible service by simply receiving what I wrote, because what it did was to bring out of me the writing that then helped me to make sense, to find joy. And the fact that people who loved me were reading it was the most important thing to me altogether, not the advice. Actually, there are times, when you get cancer, it doesn't matter what somebody says, it's the wrong thing. Someone said, "Oh, do you wake up in the night really, really afraid and worried?" And I said, "No." And she said, "Panicking?" And I said, "Well, funny thing, I hadn't thought of that. I'll try that tonight." Someone said, "Do you really have cancer? You look so well. Surely you don't have cancer, do you?" That made me absolutely furious. And lots and lots of advice on alternative, coffee enemas, that kind of thing. When I'd given my trust to my allopathic doctors, and I know there's a whole conversation there, and I'm not at all immune to it, a conversation about how you meet your cancer with what treatments and things which are not chemotherapy and not poisonous. But this was terrible to hear. I reared away from it. I needed to really be allowed to focus on, and so I said to my dear readers, please don't send me advice unless I specifically ask for it. But I've got to say something else about this too, Gareth, which is there are times when it doesn't matter what you say, it's going to be the wrong thing. And then there are times when it doesn't matter what you say, it's the right thing. And it depends on the state of the victim, of the sufferer. So it's really, really difficult. The most important thing is the love, not going away, listening thing. Not saying, "Oh, I know what you're going through," or "My mum died of cancer." And I know, I've said this so many times myself to people, because she did, and so did my father. I as if to say, "I understand your pain," and you don't. We don't understand each other's pain. But what we can just do is say, "I'm here. I'm just here."
It seems one of the things that I think is really important about your book is that it's unsparing, and you've already alluded to that regarding treatment and pain, but it's not in the kind of attention-seeking, victim-y, seeking to validate your own pain. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Good, I said.
Good. Yeah, sure. It has me thinking about an experience I had in interviewing clergy here in Ireland about sectarianism, and I remember asking a minister, how do people talk about sectarianism, Northern Irish sectarianism, in your congregation? And he said to me, "You've got to understand, we don't even talk about cancer." And what he meant was, when somebody got cancer, it would be quietly, it'd be like, so and so's not, they're not well at the moment, and because there was the fear of even naming the word. And you've kind of gone right to the other extreme. Now, my guess from this conversation and one previous conversation that we've had, that might have been something already built into your personality, that you're a kind of person who doesn't beat around the bush and doesn't use euphemism or innuendo. My guess is that this journey has pushed you even further there. And do you think that this might be universally beneficial, that we should just do away with the euphemism and innuendo about illness, about pain, about suffering? And that actually to fully name these things is part of the process of managing and transforming them.
I do think that, Gareth, and I particularly think that about death. And honestly, it's only by speaking about these things for what they are and trying to describe your pain for what it is and not pushing it away that it becomes, in the right way, familiar, so that it's possible then to speak more about it. Because the fact of the matter is, we will all face suffering, we will all die, and people we love will face suffering and they will die. So if we can allow it to be part of who we are, understand that it's part of who we are, and love it for being what it gives to us, then we're bound to be a healthier people. But I do also recognize we have to be gentle about this and kind about it. And I know that my way is quite strong for people. And I do know that some of my readers, because they told me, had to stop reading from time to time because they just couldn't bear it. I am strong about saying it how it is. So there is a kindness that needs to come with that, and a tenderness and a gentleness. You're the spectre at the feast, you say you have cancer. It's a real shock for people to hear that. Actually, when all my hair fell out, and then I had this. Actually, it was wonderful. It's a wonderful crew cut that Al gave me. I said to my dear readers, look, if we meet each other, because I quite like this. I always like doing it to other people too. When their hair's really short, I like brushing it like this. That fuzzy, brushy thing. I said, when you see me, I'm going to do this, and then you can brush my head like that. I'd like that, like you're stroking me. But what it also means is that your face can do what it needs to do. So when you first see me and I first see you, there'll be shock. There'll be something on your face that you won't be able to do anything about. You need a nanosecond for that for you to familiarize yourself with how I look now. Because I know that's what you want to do. And so I won't have the pain of seeing your pity and your shock. I'll just have the lovely stroking. And then when I look up, our faces will say what they want to say, which is, I love you. The gentleness, yes, drop the euphemisms, but be gentle as we do so.
Right. We just have 2 or 3 minutes left. A couple of questions from the comments here. One from Simon. Thank you so much for this, Claire. It's so thoughtful and encouraging. How do you find the experience of serious suffering impacts upon your prayer life? And then one more question after that. But if you'd like to speak to that question.
Brilliant. Thanks, Simon. Thanks for that question. So it made it very, very real and alive. And I wasn't angry with God, but I kind of put God to work and explored and went deep with a passion and an intensity and a focus more than I'd ever really felt before. This sense that the healing that I could do was through this. So contemplative prayer became, I've been meditating since I was 10. I was initiated into mantra meditation by this Eastern philosophy thing when I was 10. So meditation has always been a part of my life, but I really put it to work now and made it much more consciously a bodily thing. But the other thing I want to say about my prayer and how it's changed is that I'm listening much more, not speaking. I'm better at asking for help, saying what it is I need help with, and then just listening and trying just to not put words into the silence, trying not to get distracted. That's obviously something that happens, but just try to listen for a pin to drop. Like that.
Last question from Christine. How can we encourage a mindset in hospitals and more generally, perhaps, that attention to the spiritual is at least as important as physical and emotional well-being?
Well, among my dear readers are some clinicians, and I've given the book to some of the nurses and other doctors who aren't dear readers, to try and say, look, this is what it feels like as the patient, and this is what really helps me. I mean, they do have to do their job. I think that's important to acknowledge, that in a sense their prayer, their work, their hope, their intention is all geared through, focused through what they have, physically what they have to do for you. I mean, I think it is growing in understanding. I think death is the clue somehow here, that in a sense all treatment is palliative. We're all going to die, so treatment shouldn't, you shouldn't see death as a failure. You're not saving lives so much as making them livable. And as we understand better, so it's really important to me that the treatment that I have to have again if the myeloma comes back is the sort of treatment I can live with, so that I can live a full and rich spiritual life with, because it's very hard to be spiritual when you're actually in pain. That's true. Although, there are moments, but this understanding that the clinical care is for life, not against death, would be helpful. But we're just talking about this amongst ourselves. How you actually pass that, flow that understanding and that feeling into the institutions is another question altogether. Patients, speak about it. If you're a patient, speak about it. Tell the doctor what you need. Tell the doctor what you need. That's really important. We tend to behave ourselves before doctors and tell them what we think they want to hear. And we need to say better. And actually, there was one. All my doctors have been amazing, but there was one, Dr. Neil Rabin at UCLH, the stem cell transplant doctor, who really paid attention to this. He really listened when I said, I need to have communion. Please tell the chaplain to come and visit me. He really listened. He's a practicing Jew, so perhaps he understood. Yeah.
Well, thank you for giving us the opportunity to listen to you. Your book, Miles to Go Before I Sleep, Letters on, there you go, Letters on Hope, Death and Learning to Live, is a wonder. And again, I hope everybody here will get a copy of the book. It has so much to say about things that we're all going to face in our own way, perhaps just in a different time frame from each other. And thank you for rolling with the spontaneous need for me to pretend to be Sarah Sands, which I'm sure I did. And Sarah's been watching and saying she was so looking forward to talking with you. Huge apologies. She says it's a book you need to give to others as well as to read yourself, and I agree. So thank you, Claire, and we will be back at 12 o'clock.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to what's turning out to be a bit of a love-in between Gareth and myself. It gives me enormous pleasure to chair this session and to show you just how wonderful Gareth is and what he has to say. Gareth is an Irish storyteller and a a violence reduction activist. A violence reduction activist who grew up in Northern Ireland and now lives in North Carolina. This is your 7th book, Gareth, and it is fluent, lucid, beautiful. And you'll know from the last session that I'm not really interested in theories. And as I read into your book further and further and further, it became less and less and less that, and more did it reach into my heart and very gently raise questions there that are really important questions for me. And I felt its healing balm and I felt its challenge. It is a remarkable book and I highly recommend it to everyone. We all are afraid about some things and you address these fears most beautifully. So Gareth, let's start with a story.
Well, thank you. So when Pope John Paul II died in 2005, some anti-Catholic graffiti went up in Belfast that night, and that was to be expected. It's the kind of thing that happens around here, and everybody's got their own version of trying to make other people feel bad. I got a phone call the following day to say, have you seen this piece of graffiti? And Claire, because you used the F word in your session, I feel emboldened to do the same myself. The graffiti said, "Where the fuck is the Pope now? Ha, ha." And it was on a red brick wall in a car park of a supermarket. And, I thought it was particularly insidious because it had spelled out the laughter. Ha ha, just trying to rub people's noses in their grief. And it could have happened in the other direction too. It just happened to be a pope who had died. And when we went over and looked at it that afternoon, that Sunday afternoon, we thought, this is problematic on the face of it. It's offensive and it's going to create a sense of just more entrenched division and sorrow. When people drive to work tomorrow on the road that passes by this supermarket, people will call into the talk shows on the radio and will snipe about who put this graffiti up, and they will probably use words like scum to refer to the people who put up the graffiti, without noting the irony that to use such terms is to indulge in exactly the same spirit that put the graffiti up in the first place. We imagined there would be some debate over whether or not it was the city council's responsibility to paint out the graffiti or the supermarket's responsibility. We figured it would be at least a week before it would be attended to in any case. And so we realized we need to do something about this ourselves. So myself and 2 friends went out at 4 o'clock the next morning with a big tin of white paint. As we were leaving the house at 4 o'clock, we realized we hadn't thought to buy a paintbrush, so we grabbed a bathroom sponge, drove over to the supermarket, read the passage from Isaiah about turning swords into plowshares, and prayed what's known as the Lord's Prayer or the Our Father. We went over to the graffiti where we saw this insidious message where the F is the Pope now, ha, ha. And then wrote a word on top of it. It's probably the least used word in public life, perhaps the most powerful and one of the most necessary for us to learn how to say meaningfully and to back it up with action. And that word is sorry. And so we painted sorry 5 times. Sorry, 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 on top of this insidious message in such a way that you could see the message underneath, but then see it being transcended by this apology. And we were writing the apology because even though I come from a mixed background in the north of Ireland, I would be perceived to come from a Protestant background. And I knew that I had some even if it was only 1% complicity in the enmity that has existed in our society, I had some responsibility to do something about it. It was a little bit scary. At one point, a milk delivery van drove past us and slowed down, as if a milk delivery van could slow down any more than it's already driving, because they were the original electric vehicles and they don't go very fast to start with. And as the milk delivery man drove past really slowly, it was like a scene from a comedy. Everything slowed down. He looked at us, we looked at him. He could see that we had the paint in our hands. It was pretty obvious that I was one of the culprits, because having used a bathroom sponge, the adrenaline had triggered in me, and I had just immersed my arm up to the elbow in the paint tin. And we thought for a moment, oh my goodness, we're going to get caught. And then we realized it's a milk delivery van. We could outrun it if he chases us. And then we went home, had a cup of tea and some bacon sandwiches as the sun came up, and we felt good. Not that we deserved a medal. This was not the most heroic act that has ever occurred, but it took a little bit of consciousness and a little bit of bravery. That night, it was on the main BBC TV news programme. The following morning, it was on the second page of the main Protestant Unionist newspaper and was being written about as a good thing. And best of all, at the end of that week, a friend of mine who was involved in community work and was engaged with folk in the loyalist paramilitary world, people trying to move away from violence, told me that there had been a meeting, pre-scheduled meeting that week, about this continued transition, and that one of the former loyalist paramilitary leaders had said to him, I don't know who it was that did that, meaning the writing of the word sorry, but his journey to prison began with writing anti-Catholic graffiti in the 70s, and that he assumed it was probably his children's generation that had put this graffiti up, and that he wanted this to be nipped in the bud, and he appreciated it being done in a way that embodied something better than just oppositionalism. Like I say, I didn't feel brave when we did it, and it's not a massively courageous act at all. The lesson I took from it was something that Richard Rohr says, which is that oppositional energy always recreates itself. So the best criticism of the bad is the practice of the better. We could have ranted for a week about how terrible this graffiti was. We could have complained about the city council not having a graffiti rapid response force, or the supermarket not doing something about it. Instead, I think we acknowledged it's just kids, and we're not going to scapegoat them. We're actually going to take responsibility for doing something about this. And what we did was creative and had much more of a deep impact than we expected it to. And why this is the story I tell in the beginning of a conversation about this book, How Not to Be Afraid, is because the book's not about getting rid of the feeling of fear. We'll never get rid of the feeling of fear. It's more about, I think we live in a culture and a moment in history where many of us are afraid of the wrong things, or we're afraid of the right things in the wrong way, because the world has gotten so big and so small at the same time. And we are invited to learn practices that will help us become bigger than our fear. It doesn't mean that we're not going to be required to go out at 4 o'clock in the morning and paint over some graffiti, or something that would take more courage than that. It just means that the consequences of that fear will not be as dominating in our life anymore.
Gosh, thank you. Thank you, Gareth. I want to start. It feels to me like at the beginning, which is what you talk about as the unimpactable part of ourselves. And I must say, I slightly reacted to the word unimpactable, partly because or packed has this feeling of sort of dense and crunched togetherness. gone, but that might be me. We're back. Good. I think that might be yeah. Out of the sky.
So you're back, Claire.
Yeah, I think you possibly didn't hear any of that.
I can hear you. You were talking about the unimpactable core and reacting against that because of, I think, the use of the word packed.
Yes, so I'm quite sure that's not what you mean, and I'd just like you to talk more about this unimpactable part of ourselves.
Sure. Well, you know, another term I use to describe it is the core beneath the core, and we sometimes hear people talking about true self or truer self, and I like the language of truer and more helpful rather than best or truest, because I don't think we're not going to apprehend truest this side of the grave, and I don't know what happens after the grave. I know very deep, intelligent people who assure me we're just fine. So I'm good with that. So the core beneath the core is this notion that there is an irreducible core to every human being that cannot be destroyed, no matter what comes at the person. And I think we see this show up in the lives of the saints, those who are known about, those who are not known about, those who are called saints and those who aren't called saints, and in people who perhaps don't always get referred to in religious contexts, like Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who spoke of the Gulag experience as being evil, but also when you're in it and you can't get out of it, then you can invite the process of spiritual growth. And to me, that's an answer to the serenity prayer. God, grant me the serenity to change the things I can. And I've forgotten the prayer, but you know what I mean.
It's to change the things I can change.
Change the things I can. The wisdom to know the difference.
Wisdom to know the difference.
Yeah. So the serenity comes from the recognition: if I can't change this, then we can do something different with it. And people who've suffered much more greatly than I have pioneered that teaching. Solzhenitsyn being one, Viktor Frankl in the experience of being in a concentration camp and his wife being murdered in a concentration camp. He's not saying that the concentration camp wasn't real or that the murder of his wife didn't happen. What he's saying is the degree to which he can choose to respond to those things by making them worse, or by what I think is happening, opening up this unimpactable core and letting it blend more with the self that he presents to the world. And I think there's some people for whom that core beneath the core actually, when I've seen the Dalai Lama, my sense is he sort of seems like one of these people who's through practice and a lot. I mean, he gets a lot of affirmation for his practices. Okay, so that it feels like what you see with the Dalai Lama is what you get.
Yes,
the rest of us need to be asked to slow down.
Yeah. So this is lovely. This sense that what you are in your deepest self, which is unimpactable,
yes,
which become more and more what you are with others.
Yeah.
We do quite a lot of work with our public servants at Westminster Abbey on this, looking after the persona behind the carapace, because particularly for politicians and other kinds of public servants who are on public view, there's a professional persona that it feels absolutely necessary. It's a carapace. It's quite a hard shell, but it can be quite a brittle shell. And who you are sits behind it, often quivering a bit. And because you're having stuff thrown at you. An MP I was speaking to yesterday said, someone came up to me in the supermarket last weekend and said, I wouldn't spit on you. And we, for some reason, we think it's really fine to say things like that to another human being if they're a politician. Really horrific kinds of abuse. So up goes this carapace. And actually, can you say something about that? Because, as you say, it's all right for the Dalai Lama. On the whole, people love it, they expect it because that's the kind of guy he is. But if you're somebody who people think it's actually all right to treat you as an object and throw really nasty stuff at, and it's particularly true if you're a woman, and it's even more true if you're a woman of color.
Sure.
And how do you, because that core, you say it's unimpactable, but it's also vulnerable, isn't it?
Well, I don't know if the yeah, and I need to think about that last part of your question. So let me respond to the first part where the Dalai Lama is concerned. We should bear in mind that the Dalai Lama has been the target of assassination attempts, and that he carries the energy and the stewardship of a colonized people and a people who have been the targets of genocide. So at one level, it's easy for me, because I don't live in a monastery, to look at the Dalai Lama and say, look at all the advantages that the Dalai Lama has, or that Thomas Merton, who I know a bit more about than the Dalai Lama, had. And it was helpful to me after reading some of Thomas Merton and being very moved and inspired by him, and then thinking, yeah, but I can't do this because I live in the quote unquote real world. It was helpful for me to discover that in my naivety, I hadn't understood. I mean, Thomas Merton himself was the target of death threats from people who wanted to kill him because they were outraged by his activism against the war in Vietnam, and that they wanted to come to the monastery to kill him. So I've kind of moved to a place now where it's a bit of a straw man argument for me to say the rules of the monastery, the rules of contemplative life, can't apply to me because I don't live in a monastery. The invitation is to create or co-create my own monastery where I live. If I'm not called to go and live in a literal monastery, the opportunity to live monastically exists in this world. And people who live in monasteries have challenges too. Your question about, a public figure who gets insulted in a supermarket. I mean, part of the paradox there that I think we have to begin to contend with as a culture is we want our public servants and our politicians to be both absolutely invincible and perfect, and also vulnerable and open and honest at the same time. And yet, when a politician admits that they don't know the answer to a question, or that they're uncertain about something, or that they made a mistake in the past, there's almost, immediate character assassination and kick them out of public life altogether. When actually, in my personal life, when somebody admits uncertainty to me or admits a mistake, that's an occasion for building trust. Now, it doesn't mean that I necessarily think that they should continue if they've consistently broken trust, if they've consistently shown that they're not competent in this area. That's a different matter than a politician saying, I made an honest mistake, or I genuinely don't know what the right thing to do is, and we're going to do the best we can. So it's outrageous that anybody feels they can go up to somebody in a supermarket and say, I wouldn't spit on you. The other side of that challenge is that there is anger, there's rage in a lot of us, and we need to find contexts in which that rage can be expressed non-violently and in a psychologically healthy way. I've thought for a while that there should be 2 Facebooks, and maybe there should be no Facebooks. But if there's going to be one, there needs to be 2. Okay, the one would be for the private expression of our angst with other emotionally mature people, a little bit like social media as therapy. But we're not publishing our rage, targeting the very people that we're angry about, or trying to recruit other people to be with us so that we can all throw stones. And then the second Facebook would be where we publish the highest version of what we have discerned needs to be said. And that if we paid attention to this principle that the best criticism of the bad is the practice of the better, we would devote more time rather than saying, I wouldn't spit on you to an MP, good God, but perhaps approaching that MP and saying, are you open to some feedback? Here's the thing I think you're doing well, and here's the thing I'd like you to do instead. And I know I could be wrong about that. Are you willing to take my concern seriously? Now, that may not be as fun in a selfish sense, but as David Irvine, one of the really courageous former paramilitaries in Northern Ireland who got involved in peace building and then died tragically young, he once said to me that sectarianism, and I think we could use kind of hatred of politicians would be another thing that this would fit for. Sectarianism is like piss down the inside leg. Initially, it gives a nice warm glow, but you don't want to sit in it. And I think so that's what I mean. Like anger, legitimate anger has to find a way to be expressed. Social media has made it far too easy. And I think I remember 20 years, even before social media, the first season of Big Brother was when I really noticed this, was that people would gather, and I was part of this, to watch a TV show and talk about these individuals who were not celebrities in ways that we would never talk about people we actually knew. There is an invitation to grow, frankly, to grow up as a species. You can still get what you want through sugar more than with an emotional bat. I mean a baseball bat, not one of the creatures that hangs in the garden.
Okay, so in a way, developing that, I just want to quote something to you from your book, which I think is along these lines. You say, this is the chapter about the fear that we will be broken forever, the fear that we will be broken forever. You write this: we are evolving to a place where the gifts of historically persecuted and marginalized people are finally being centered. You say, we are evolving to a place where the gifts of historically persecuted and marginalized people are finally being centered. That's what you say. You don't say we are descending to a place where we are more and more isolated and in our narrow and defensive identities. Yeah. So this is very hopeful, Gareth.
Yeah. Well, this thing here is a neutral object. It's a little bit like the word politics or religion or the media. These are neutral mediating institutions, and this is a neutral mediating device that can be used to curse or to damage or to cause more depression or even to increase the likelihood of violence. Or it can be used to connect, to expand knowledge, to reassure, to heal depression, to give us tools that we might not have had access to before. And perhaps the most important thing is to expand the circle of sympathy. This is a term coined, I believe, by the philosopher Peter Singer, the expanding circle of sympathy. And the idea is that people who previously occupied dominant, let's call them monochromatic, places in society, so people who looked like me and who occupied the gender that is ascribed to me, basically cisgender white men who were at the center of discourse, are no longer able to ignore that there are many, many other ways of being, or many, many other kinds of people in the world. And secondly, you don't have to be like a white cisgender male person in order to be permitted a voice or invited to speak. And even the cisgender white male people are entitled to a voice as well. To put it another way, it seems to me more people are more empathetic to more kinds of people in more places for more reasons than ever. We know more than we've ever known. There is an unintended challenge that comes with that, which is that we can sometimes think that everything that's happening right now is terrible because we know more about the terrible things than we've ever known before, but we also have more access to connection than we've had in the past. What we need to do about it, because our brain chemistry can't interpret the stimulus. Take for instance, the sound of a car backfiring, which also sounds like a gunshot. Our brain chemistry can't tell the difference between a car backfiring and a gunshot. It's the story we tell that determines how we're going to feel about that noise, even if it is a gunshot. And so our problem as a species right now is that we have unmediated access to so much information, and our brain chemistry, and there's nothing automatic about these devices that helps us discern the difference between propaganda and wisdom. But our amazing opportunity as a species right now is that we can have conversations with more people, reaching further back into the past than before, and deeper and more expansively into the knowledge that we have today to learn how to grow up.
Brilliant. So this feeling of being a bit overwhelmed by our growing knowledge and awareness, and not quite knowing there are things wrong and not quite knowing what to do about it. So you talk in your book, you talk about healing the realm in which you find yourself. Yeah. And to me, so I hear that reassuringly that there is this evolution going on to which I can contribute, and I can look around me just where I am and contribute to it there, and try not to worry too much. It's back to the serenity prayer, actually. Mm-hmm. But can you say a bit more about that? Reassure us a bit, perhaps, about what we can do and what we can rest with.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Part of our challenge is that the internet has distorted our perception of time, and so we have this obstacle around how do we live in the moment when every moment seems to contain a million things. And I remember The Secret Diary of Adrian Mole. I remember the TV show based on Sue Townsend's lovely books that I grew up with. There's a scene in that where the war in the Malvinas or the Falklands was declared, and Adrian's dad jumps out of bed and runs downstairs and says, we got to get out because he's confused the Falklands with the Shetlands. And I think like a lot of us are confusing the Falklands with the Shetlands. We have a distorted sense of how close we are to events, both in terms of time and physical distance. The healing of the realm you're in means to begin with a discernment of what is the realm that I'm actually in. What distance do I actually have any influence, and from what distance can anything happen that would impact me, both in terms of the context of time over history. So for instance, we live in one of the least violent times in human history if you look at the long sweep of history. But if you look at the United States, where I live most of the time, last year there was a major uptick in the homicide rate after about 25 years of a significant downturn. Now, none of this is of comfort to the people who were killed last year or to their loved ones. But unless you're actually in the center of that violence, the question that you're invited to ask is, what resources do I have that can be used to help reduce violence further? And what needs do I have in the area regarding how I feel about violence? It may be that I'm traumatized from previous events and I need some comfort, or I need to stay away from the news media for an extended period of time. I need to meditate more. Or, I mean, frankly, in most cases, the invitation is be kind to somebody else, and that will help heal your fear. Our challenge is it's really difficult at the moment to figure out what are the boundaries of the realm that we are in. And the only answer that makes sense to me is both a long-term contemplative spiritual answer and a sociological answer. The long-term contemplative spiritual answer is in this moment right now. That's the realm that you're in. It's the only realm you can ever be in, is in this moment right now. And then there's the sociological answer, which is dedicate yourself to the pursuit of a story that is more true than the last one you believed. And that means taking responsibility for the sources of information that you spend time with, what you give your attention to, and learning the difference between a headline and a trend line, and then trying to figure out where you are in relation to the forces of history, what happened before today, what's happening today, and what might happen tomorrow, and how you could enact your highest self through this unimpactable core, spreading to the rest of you, how you could enact yourself upon the world and let go of outcomes, let go of controlling consequences, or the impact of your actions, because that we have no control over that impact. We are responsible for it, but we can't ensure that we're going to bring world peace. I mean, even as I call myself a violence reduction activist because Walter Wenck, one of my mentors, said that's actually an active term rather than an activist for peace, because peace is this kind of, can be a fluffy idea with respect to people who call themselves peace activists. It can be interpreted any number of ways, but a violence reduction activist is a term that refers to enacting yourself upon the world. And every one of us has some gift or calling in that direction. And every one of us has some need that only other people can help us fulfill.
Lovely. And I just want to bring in this, it's a comment really, from Andrea Maffei. I think you're right about that core. And when I have practiced that, it has dismantled conflict.
Yeah.
Holding on to it is another matter. She's from Northern Ireland. And I love that first story you told. And I think I want to say, Gareth, that your book is full of really practical ways in which we can do this. We can hold on to this. You give us actual rituals, even which I think will do that.
Well, may I say something about why there are rituals there?
Yeah. Yes. Before you do, yeah. I just want to say, we need more questions. If there are any more questions that people have, type them now, or they won't get asked. Fire away, Gareth.
Yeah, thank you. So it's because our brains have a negativity anxiety bias. Our culture has a negativity and an anxiety bias. And our politics has a negativity and anxiety bias. This is the default we wake up to in the morning. It's already distorting reality for us, and it's to do with evolution. We evolved from our forebears who actually did have saber-toothed tigers waiting to attack them, and so fear emerged as a response to actual literal threats. We developed these little things in our brains called the amygdala, which are like fear devices that get stimulated when we hear a car backfire or a gunshot. The problem is our brains haven't evolved quickly enough to what would be the word to when you pass someone on a race, to outrun the bombardment of information, propaganda, and deliberate attempts at keeping us scared. The only way out of this is to develop practices to overcome the negativity and anxiety bias. And the good news is there's both thousands of years of contemplative history and hundreds of years, and particularly 4 or 5 decades now, of focused neuroscience that has come up with some pathways that are really relatively easy to pursue. I'm going to name 2 of them briefly. One's an internal practice and the other's a community practice. Slow down your breathing and your fear will begin to dissipate. I'm not talking about holding your breath uncomfortably or forcing it. I'm just talking about slowing down the rhythm of your breathing by 10 or 15%. And if you do this for 1 minute a day, and you accompany it with neuroscientifically grounded thought practices, which is a highfalutin term for just think about something nice. Right? Things will happen to your central nervous system that will both calm you down and make you more ready for when something that might actually be a genuine threat when that happens. And the second, which is a community practice, is develop relationships with 3 or 4 other people who want to be on the same path together, and ask questions of each other periodically. What's good? What's not so good? What are you feeling called to serve the common good? And how can we help each other? And those questions are in the book. Those 4 questions, which have ancient roots. I've been part of several circles that have used these questions. And like I said earlier about Viktor Frankl and that very dramatic example of the concentration camp, it doesn't mean that the painful thing stops happening. It just helps build a bridge toward you becoming bigger than the painful thing.
Yeah. And I think you are describing what it's a beautiful phrase. You say, hold the space between the brokenness of the day and the perfection of the present moment. And somehow the ritual holds the perfection of the present moment, even as this brokenness, as it were, flows. Now we have some questions. So Andrea's come back and said, in answer to her question about holding on to this and making this unimpactable call more of who we are and how we are with others, contemplation, I guess. Well, I think you've partly answered that. Contemplation and more, Andrea, I'd say. Do get the book, because there are lots of there are other suggestions as well, more really concrete, practical things. Christine Edmonds asks, what took you to North Carolina? Do you ever expect to return to Northern Ireland? Well, I think you're there.
Yeah, love took me to North Carolina, and I'm actually in Northern Ireland at the moment on a sabbatical. But we're based in North Carolina. My husband is a pastor and a chaplain.
Brilliant. Peter Barrett, are you still obsessed with film? Are there examples where the arts have been used in violence reduction?
Yeah, I love cinema, and I've written a couple of books about movies, and yeah, there are many examples of where the arts have been used in violence reduction. There's I think of a tradition in South and Central American countries of activist theater. I think about Seamus Heaney's poetry, a segment in one of his poems, "Whatever you say, say nothing," which was speaking a profound truth about the way hiding things and not speaking the truth can actually perpetuate conflict, even if it's a necessary temporary measure to help people be safe. And then I think about movies, my particular passion, that can help. If you could, there's a story about in the Northern Irish conflict transformation process. There was a lot of behind the scenes dialogue that went on, and then there's the stuff that's known about publicly. And some of the faith-based activists here would do things like they would take folk from different Northern Irish political parties who were not speaking to each other in public. They would take them away for the weekend to a country house or a retreat center somewhere. And a guy that I know would facilitate a dinner, and he'd have people who are implacable political opponents. And he would say, tonight, you're not allowed to talk about politics. You have to talk about something that you love. And I heard a story that somebody wanted to talk about fishing and made a connection with somebody else who liked fishing. And then there's people who like the same poets, and maybe people who like the same movies. One final example, we did a festival a couple of years ago in which Alice Walker, the author of The Color Purple, attended our festival, and we screened the film of The Color Purple, which she introduced, gave it some context around her life and how she wanted it to be made into a movie, because she wanted her mother to see a film in which someone like her was represented. And we screened the film, and when it was over, we asked everybody in the audience, about 200 people, to write down on a slip of paper one word that represented something that they wanted to let go of, that had been stimulated by viewing the film. And the film's a lot about, the film is about a woman who faces enormous trauma with incredible resilience, and grows into that resilience. And then there's this amazing healing and restoration that occurs in the story. And so folk wrote down this little word, and then we did a ritual where we had folk come up on the stage. We had a number of people on the stage waiting to receive from them, and they would come up and receive a blessing from the person on the stage, then put the piece of paper in a basket, and we burned the pieces of paper later in a ritual fashion, and then we had a dance together. So we went through this. Okay, we've triggered the lament, and we were holding it in a healthy container. We are expressing the lament. We're receiving a blessing, and then we're dancing. And it was like a whole arc there. Now that seems way more poetic and colorful than you would see in your average conflict transformation process. And I would ask, why not do more of that?
I quite agree. And one of the great things about being faced with your own mortality is you do say, why not dance?
Sure.
You don't, and I'm a mongrel myself, but mostly British. I don't do that kind of thing, and certainly not in public. But why not? I mean, really, there are more important things than your own embarrassment. And sometimes it's I'd say pretty much all the time it's enacting something. It's getting off your backside and dancing, not thinking I've got to be a better person, but moving your muscles. That's what's going to shift. So because Andrea has come back again, wonderful Andrea Maffei, what about ingrained sectarianism? Sometimes it can be very subtle. How do you see the future in Northern Ireland? So the people are not going to get up and dance, perhaps.
Lord have mercy, that's a question. Well, we're all, to go back to Solzhenitsyn, we're all subject to the line between good and evil that runs down the center of every human being, not between one person and another person. And we are all invited to take account of the impact of our beliefs and our actions. It's difficult to persuade somebody who hasn't asked you for feedback of the negative impact of their beliefs. But when people are open to feedback, it's often useful to talk about the impact that our own prejudice beliefs are having on ourselves. Then my life is diminished by the bigotry that I hold to, because I'm missing out on the gifts of the rainbow. I'm missing out on a funny story I often tell. A few years ago, one of the most beautiful days I've ever seen in Ireland, sun splitting the sky, just gorgeous warmth, perfect day, arriving back at the place where we were staying and saying to an acquaintance, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? And she said, well, I haven't seen any of it. I've been working. Right. And what I wanted to say was, well, stop working then, or ask somebody for help. There's a profound thing, again, and part of why we don't do this is because we shame people for their vulnerability. There's a mixed message going on in our society right now. I actually don't think it's all one direction. I think the work of people like Brene Brown and others is accentuating public vulnerability, healthy, emotionally integrated public vulnerability can be seen as strength, but there's a mixed message. Some says you shouldn't do that, and some says you should do it. We need more of us to step up and be prepared to be vulnerable and to say so in public. And the heart of that is something that I would invite of anybody who's struggling with their own bigotry or hasn't seen it yet, and that is, find someone you trust and ask them to help you. Don't make it a necessary condition of public acceptability for somebody to have figured out all their shit before they're allowed to say anything. Make it possible for someone to say, you know what, I think I may have some prejudiced views and I don't like them and I'm not sure about them yet and I want help with figuring them out. that is something you can work with. And especially if you or I are the kind of person who's willing to put their hand up and say, you know what, me too. My beliefs are not all perfect. That I am trying to recover from my bigotry. I'm trying to recover from my judgmentalism. Will you take my good faith offer? Is there enough there for us to begin a dialogue? Is there enough there for us to begin a dialogue? And I think the future in Northern Ireland is, I mean, I can't predict the future. I do think we have mechanisms in place for things to continue to evolve. And I also think there are lessons from the situation here in the north of Ireland that many other places that perhaps don't think that they have such big problems could learn from. And those are primarily to do with two wrongs don't make a right. But even if you are expressing your beliefs in a way that I consider to be wrong, does not absolve me from asking myself, do they have a point? I have a responsibility to ask, does Claire have a point, even though I don't like her? I do like you, Claire, but hypothetically, if we lived in a universe in which I didn't like you and you were annoying me or hurting me, sure, I want to take steps to protect myself, but I also want to ask, why is she doing this? And is there anything legitimate that's driving this behavior that I would still want to restrain? And then we can have a conversation about a win-win outcome in which everybody thrives.
Absolutely. Gosh, thank you very much, Gareth. Now, your book, How Not to Be Afraid, 7 Ways to Live When Everything Seems Terrifying, is on sale now and must be bought by all. And what I'd like you to do, Gareth, is to finish with one of the beautiful blessings that you have at the end of your book. And what I'd like to do also, everybody, is I want to finish with Gareth's blessing. So that will be the point when we come to the end of our session. So before you give your blessing, Gareth, please, everybody, do return at 1:30 for Brian McLaren's session and have a lovely lunch. So over to you, Gareth, and then we'll close the session.
Thank you, Claire. This is called a blessing for seeing in the dark. And what motivated it is really simple. John Moriarty, the Irish poet, philosopher, and shaman, told a story once about being in his house one night with a full moon. He looked out the window and saw the moon illuminating the water. And then he switched on a light inside the room and the moon disappeared. So he switched the light off again and was able to look at the moon and sat, I think, for several hours just taking in the beauty of the moon. It caused him to realize that there are some things that can only be seen in the dark. A blessing for seeing in the dark. No one can know your darkness like you can. And even you will not know it unless you face it. Strange, I know, to imagine facing something you cannot see. But there are things that can only be found in the dark. There is light that can only be seen in the dark. There may even be fragments or dimensions of love that will only touch you if you let them visit you in the dark. You are here not just to save the world, but to be changed. So, may nighttime bring you in touch with memory, an examine of the day, with gratitude and learning of the year, of your life, and the 7 generations that brought you here, and with possibility of the year, of your life, and the 7 generations to come. May you wake from your dreams laughing and carry innocence becoming wonder wherever you go. May you tread lightly on the earth. Know that she belongs to you, and in her is your belonging too. Thanks, everyone.
Wow.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Church Times Festival of Faith and Literature. I hope you've had a good morning. Just wanted to remind you about our bookshop. We've got discounts on all the books by speakers today, and also free P&P over this weekend. If you want to place your orders, do go ahead and do that. Do also, during the session, feel free to add in any comments and questions in the chat. We'd like to hear from you. And now let me hand you over to John Pritchard, who's going to introduce our next speaker. John.
Sarah, thank you very much. I'm really pleased that it's fallen to me to introduce and welcome Brian McLaren to our festival. I've been a long time fan of Brian's writing, got a whole lot of his books on my shelves. Brian used to be, for 25 years, a pastor of a church in Washington, D.C., or near Washington, D.C., but since then he's been known as well-known, indeed all over, as a writer, as a speaker, much sought after because of his very interesting way of unpacking faith for those of us today who have an understanding of faith as quest, as movement, as search, and as joy. But Brian's going to talk about his book. This latest, I think it's almost, is it the 30th book or something, getting on that number now, but Faith After Doubt, Brian, excellent book, really enjoyed it. Hope people will buy it in large numbers because I'm sure it'll help the faith of many. But you're going to speak about it, Brian, for maybe 25 minutes, and then I'll enter into a bit of conversation with you, and we'll see what questions have been arising. But thank you so much for coming, for being with us all the way from Florida. Well, I mean, that's where you still are. So let's hear about your excellent book, Faith After Doubt.
Great. Thank you so much, John. And thanks to all the organizers of this event. It's a real pleasure to be with you. I am especially happy to talk with you all about a subject that I think is just now being admitted by so many people. I remember when I was a young Christian here in the US, and people just didn't talk about their doubts. If they did, they talked about it as something from the past. But I think now more and more people are saying, no, this is part of life and this is part of faith. And my doubts won't hurt me as much as keeping my doubts a secret, or being afraid to admit my doubts will hurt me, or pretending that I don't have doubts will hurt me. And so I'd like to talk about faith after doubt. And if you can put up my slides, that'd be great. What I do in Faith After Doubt is I present a 4-stage process for thinking about faith development. And in this, I'm drawing from the work of a large number of theorists, some who are specializing in issues of faith, and others who are just talking about psychology and social psychology and philosophy. But what I noticed when I began to integrate their theories is that there was a kind of movement, a kind of shape. And I tried to synthesize their work and reflections on my own experience into this 4-stage process. Very easy to remember. First stage is simplicity. Let me just mention all 4, and then we'll go through them. First stage is simplicity. Second stage is complexity. It makes sense that complexity would build on simplicity. Third stage is perplexity. Perplexity happens when the structures that we developed in simplicity and complexity stop working. And then a 4th stage is harmony or solidarity. So let's go back and look at them each in turn. Simplicity is the stage that we are raised into. When parents talk about raising us, they're bringing us from infancy to simplicity. And when you think about a young child new to this world, the child doesn't know what's edible or inedible, what's safe or dangerous, who's friend or enemy. And so much of life in this early stage is learning the dualisms that are necessary for survival. Because children are dependent on their parents and other authority figures, this stage tends to be very authority focused. And very often authority figures teach us who our in-group is. And so we become very oriented toward belonging to the in-group in relation to the authority figures who teach us the right dualisms to navigate life. This is a stage of easy answers. When a child comes to an adult asking a question, and the adult says, well, there are 10 different ways to look at that. In the child's mind, he's thinking, I'm not really ready for 10 different ways. Just tell me which way is right and which way is wrong. Easy answers, and everything is either known or knowable. I remember being a young Christian in my teens, and the faith community I was part of was having this big debate about free will versus predestination. And I remember my stage 1 mind saying, I just don't know enough yet. But as soon as I read a couple of more books, I'll know who's right, the free will people or the predestination people. And it was the sense that there's just got to be a simple answer, and then the discussion will be over. Because in simplicity, we're very oriented toward authority figures and very oriented toward in-groups and out-groups. We often see life as a war, especially if our leaders are in simplicity themselves and they think that life is a war. We'll pick up this idea that life is a war. And so it's always a battle, the conservatives versus the liberals, the Christians versus the atheists, and this sort of hostile, oppositional nature often goes along with simplicity because of the dualistic mind. And in simplicity, I find meaning in my belonging to an in-group. The fact that I know I belong in this family, in this religion, in this nation, in this ethnic group, and the fact that I think that we are right or we are normal, this creates great meaning in a world of simplicity. I should say that this is especially common in groups that are the ethnic or religious majority in their culture. I think you can make a case that for children who grew up as a minority group in a larger culture, especially if that culture is racist or oppressive or in some way, their simplicity is constricted, and complexity is constantly impinging upon their simplicity. And I think for people like me who, I was born in a white body, my white bodiedness makes it hard for me and people like me to understand the simplicity that people in a majority culture are afforded, and those in a minority culture are very often not afforded. And sooner or later, many of us move into stage 2 or complexity. Now, I should say, I think some people stay in stage 1 their whole lives. You think about it, they're children, they grow up, and especially in times when people got married at a young age, then they find themselves raising children. So first, they're being taught all of the stage 1 simplicities and dualisms, and then they spend the next 18, 20, 30 years with a series of children teaching those dualisms. And you can see how many people would stay in stage 1 their whole lives. And also, many religions are super comfortable in a stage 1 framework. Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, even atheist, there's a certain simplicity that can be very comfortable for people. We're right, they're wrong. What more is there to talk about? We know, they don't. What more is there to talk about? But certain things drive us out of stage 1. And very often, all of them are wrapped up with doubt. We begin to doubt that our leaders are as great as they say they were. For a kid growing up in church, and they revere the pastor, and then they find out that the pastor had some torrid affair or did some terrible thing or mistreated our family. And now the good guys don't always seem so good. Or the kid grows up to be a teenager and starts dating somebody of another religion. and this person they're dating seems like a wonderful person. They realize that in their Christian family, certain things were considered okay and other things were considered bad. And maybe they become close friends with a Muslim child. And in his family, there is dualism, but they're different things. They're allowed to eat certain things and not other things. And so a child or young teenager, adolescent starts to realize, wow, different families have different sets of dualisms. When I'm with their family, I need to play by the rules of their family. And this really intensifies if you go away to university, and in university, you meet people from all different cultures, maybe all around the world. And suddenly your simple world of us and them is complexified. And you realize there are many us's, and each of those us's sees others as them. And so what happens in stage 2 complexity, couple of things. It's a very dynamic phase of life. First, I become more pragmatic than dualistic. I don't lose my dualism. You can think of it as a ring on a tree. The inner ring is dualism, but now I add this outer ring of pragmatism because I want to learn how to negotiate a complex world with all different sets of in-groups and out-groups. And I have to become increasingly independent to do this because I'm venturing out into the big world. I can't go running back to my authority figures. I have to be able to figure things out on my own. And I'm especially oriented toward coaches who will teach me how to think on my own. They'll teach me how to solve problems on my own. So instead of being dependent on them, I become increasingly independent. I love coaches who can give me steps and techniques, the 5 steps to this, the 3 steps to that. And so because this aids me in becoming independent and thinking for myself and solving problems for myself. In stage 1, I thought that all was known or knowable. In stage 2, I might think that all is done or doable. There's got to be a way to do this. There's got to be a way to solve this problem. And in a sense, we shift maybe from so much of a war metaphor to a game metaphor. We learn, there's a lot of different games going on, and I need to learn the rules of all of these different games, and I need to develop some skill or mastery in these different games. When I was growing up, for people my age, many of our churches were in stage 1. I think in my lifetime, we've seen a proliferation of stage 1 churches that grew into stage 2. Some of you will remember something called the church growth movement. And in many ways, the charismatic movement was also a more pragmatic approach, looking for experience and looking for methods and so on. I kind of think the megachurch phenomenon is very often a stage 2 phenomenon because typically in a megachurch, the sermons are going to be the 5 steps to a happy marriage, the 3 steps to success at work, and they'll draw from the Bible to try to bring practical guidance for people in their daily lives. And so stage 2 is a stage where people are voracious learners because they want to, anytime a good book comes along, they're the ones who want to buy it very often because there's so much that they want to learn. This is often the stage where you want to learn church history and you want to learn the backstory to things. And so it's a great stage of learning. And you find meaning in stage 2 in individual and in-group achieving and in being independent and having the sense that I know how to get things done. I know how to do things. A lot of people, I think, stay in stage 2 for the rest of their lives. It's a very happy place to be, and it can keep you busy. There's always more to learn, and there's always more to do. Stage 1 and stage 2 people can get along really well sometimes, but they also can have conflict. The stage 1 people say you're not being strict enough in the rules, and the stage 2 people say you're not being effective enough in getting things done. So there's often some tension there. But stage 1 and stage 2, I think, define an awful lot of religious communities, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, and so on. on the ground. And a lot of people, though, complexity works for them and works for them and works for them until it doesn't. Maybe those 5 steps that they heard on how to have a good marriage, they followed those 5 steps that their pastor taught them, and their marriage still falls apart. Or maybe all of the patterns of prayer, they learned in stage 1 that it's right to pray. In stage 2, they learned how to pray and different methods of prayer, and they just start to fall apart. Sometimes it's a spiritual experience, what mystics have called the dark night of the soul. Nothing that worked continues to work. And complexity, you begin to have doubts about it. This worked for a while. It's not working anymore. And that very often is when we know that we find that we're moving into a 3rd stage. And I call this stage perplexity. If you think of it like this, when those easy steps start falling apart, stop working, and you look back and you say, was that pastor just trying to make a quick buck on us? Was that author just trying to, just using us in some way? How do I sort this out? How do I deal with my skepticism? I'm also in stage 3, because you've gained a lot of experience working in different games, working in different cultural settings, learning to play by different sets of rules. You start to realize everybody thinks they're right. And everybody's viewpoint is just a view from a point. And so this is the stage of relativism as well as skepticism. If stage 1 was dependent and stage 2 was independent, stage 3 is counterdependent. Because now I'm looking back at my upbringing, I'm looking at my culture, I'm looking at my religion. And in a sense, I'm defining myself against it. Here's what I find unsatisfactory. Here's what I find infuriating. Here's what I think is unjust and harmful. And my heroes at this stage might be scientists, especially in the world of religion, because they have challenged religious hegemony, or it might be rebels or iconoclasts who challenge the status quo. Now, questions and suspicion are key activities of my life. One thing after another, I pull back the cover on it. I begin to expose. And at this stage, all is subjective and all is deconstructible. And maybe life is a protest, maybe life is a quest. But stage 3 is a difficult stage for a lot of people because they're part of stage 1 or stage 2 churches. And in those stage 1 and stage 2 churches, they don't even understand perplexity. So they call it backsliding, or they call it sin, or they call it rebellion. And they find various ways to vilify the person who's in stage 3. And I both before writing this book and since it came out, I just am flooded with people contacting me or saying, telling me the stories of pain and even trauma that they've experienced when they entered stage 3. And so perplexity in many ways is the deepest period of doubt. And it's the period where many, many people leave Christian faith or whatever their faith is entirely, because there's just no room for them anymore. But I think some people in the period of perplexity, through solitude, through contemplation, through spiritual direction, they begin to have doubts that perplexity is the answer forever for them too. I think some people stay in perplexity for the rest of their lives. They don't know there's anywhere else to go. But I think that more and more people at a younger and younger age are reaching perplexity, learning the lessons of it, and then after they have found meaning in in-group critique, after they've developed a deep skill of seeking honesty and justice, even at great cost, then they move to stage 4, harmony or solidarity. And this is the stage of integral and non-dual thinking. When we learn to see things whole, we begin to feel interdependent. We, in a sense, we've been so angry at authority figures, but now we realize they're just human beings. They make mistakes like the rest of us. We don't treat them as being magical anymore, but we don't hate them as being evil anymore. And maybe if we have heroes in this stage, they're sages, prophets, mystics, people who we feel know something and see something beyond what we see. This is very often a stage of contemplative engagement, where we begin to see that everything is connected, that even though we each have our distinct identities, there are larger unities that bring us together. And now I begin to feel that some things are knowable and many things are unknowable. And I can live with unknowing with more comfort than I've been able to up until this point. And at this point, life is a gift and love is the point. And I find meaning in universal love and in universal connection, this deep sense of connection with all things. And in the Christian tradition, I understand that God is love, God loves everyone, and I join God in God's love for everyone. I should also say, stage 1 has so much staying power because every baby who's born is born into infancy. And every baby who's born needs to have people raise that baby into stage 1 just to get along in a family and in a community. And that always gives stage 1 this sense of importance because every generation they have work to do. Just in closing, I just like to suggest, instead of thinking of these as successive stages, think of them as rings on a tree, each including the rings before, each including it and transcending it into building upon it into new capacities. And I'd like to propose that when you get to stage 4, harmony and solidarity, that becomes your new simplicity. And if you live there long enough, new complexity, perplexity will come. And I think the process repeats itself. Now, in each stage, there tend to be gatekeepers who control access to that space. And they have the power of inclusion and rejection, of warning, rewarding, punishing, and even expelling people from that space. And one of the great challenges we have is that people are raised in a community that nourishes them until they grow out of the stage that its gatekeepers can tolerate, and suddenly they're punished. And that's why I believe one of the things that we need, and one of the things I hope this book can contribute to, is we need 4-stage faith communities. In other words, communities where you can be at each of those stages, led by leaders who understand the validity and health and value of each of those stages. So that's what I'd like to share with you. 4 simple stages: simplicity, complexity, perplexity, and harmony. And I hope that can be helpful to you in your own life of faith and in your interactions with others.
Brian, thank you very much indeed for going through so much in just 25 minutes. And the book, of course, looks like this in the UK, and is available from all good bookshops now, and particularly from our online bookshop. Now, can I take you back to last Sunday, Brian, in our lectionary, what we read each Sunday, we had the story of Thomas after the resurrection. So we had the question of doubt was obviously there to be preached about, and I was preaching about doubt. But as I looked out on the congregation, I kind of thought, I wonder if this is as important to these good people as it is to me. Is the main issue for others more about how faith can be real and rewarding and relevant, etc.? And is this, these questions about doubt, is that a kind of luxury in a sense of some of us who are more inclined to worry about these things, and it's not there in the general church-going population? I wonder how you feel about that.
Well, I think that's a really great question, John. And I agree with you, especially those of us who are preachers or clergy. Obviously, we take these things really, really seriously. And there are a whole lot of our people who are just trying to get through another week, and they just showed up at church, and sometimes they know why they're there, and sometimes they're not sure, but it's part of their life. And for them, this might not be so intense. But there's a self-reinforcing dimension to this, because when people begin to have doubts, they don't feel it's a safe place, they leave. And so what that means is the people who are left very often may just be the people who are not prone toward those kinds of doubts. And so that puts us in a situation, it's a little bit like the situation if our church really appeals to older people and not younger people, and the younger people leave. And so then we just focus our attention on the people who are left. We pretty much guarantee the younger people will never feel comfortable there again. So I think that would, that would be a response to your question. Maybe the other thing I'd add is that very often it is suffering that brings people, even people who've never had a period of doubt, very often it's suffering that brings them to a deep time of doubt. I remember once I was probably in my 40s and I was visiting a friend of mine, and his mother, who was in her late 70s, was at their home because her husband had just died. And I remember she and I were having a cup of coffee at the kitchen table, and no one else was there, just the two of us. And this woman, 78, 79 years old, told me, I've never had doubts my whole life, but now that my husband's gone and watching him suffer, I just don't even know if I believe anymore. And it was so tender that I was a person she trusted that she could tell this to. But I think even people who've never had doubts, a time of suffering can really trigger deep experience.
Sure, I could echo that, certainly. Let's look at another one or two steps on this journey that you're suggesting is a very common one, Brian. The move from simplicity to complexity. Could it be that sometimes it's more a desire for enrichment of faith rather than a crisis of faith, if you see what I mean? So it isn't so much doubt generated as the realization that, okay, that was all right, but it didn't only suit me so far. There must be more in this faith, and I go exploring, and so I enter into complexity because I want my faith to be enriched.
And, John, I think that's beautifully said. And this is where, for example, in the Church of England, where there could be a bishop like you, and there could be a history like the history of the Church of England, where in a sense, there's a lot of depth, and there's a lot of water that's gone under the bridge, and there's mistakes that have been made and lessons that have been learned. And the fact that when you're the church for a nation, you have to have a breadth of inclusion. I think what happens then is you have stage 4 leaders who make room for people in stage 1. They let them know there's so much to learn. And so the transition from stage 1 to stage 2 is effortless and maybe even delightful. I think it's especially difficult, though, for people whose spiritual leaders are in stage 1 as well. And they make it very, very hard for people to grow beyond them, in a sense.
Yeah, I see that. But because it just feels to me as a British person that in the States there is a lot more fundamentalism that is quite constricting, and that's quite a contrast to the more liberal denominations, etc. That the movement from a straitjacket into another world could seem more accentuated, more dramatic, as it were, to get out of here. Find a larger field. But that may be just my own narrowness of experience in this country as well, of other denominations. What do you think?
Well, here's the thing. All of us, we see the world from where we are. And I, since the book came out, I've been doing little book groups, and I've been in many groups in the UK by Zoom or video conference. And I can tell you there's a lot of people in places where stage 1 is really a tough ceiling that they have to deal with everywhere. And also interesting to encounter people in different religions who are dealing with this in their own religious context. But again, if the community that a person is born into, if the sort of center of gravity of that community is in stage 2, it's easy to grow to stage 2. Being raised means being raised to the level of your authority figures and your parents. it comes so naturally, and yeah.
Let's look at the next stage, Brian. I'm interested in the move from complexity to perplexity. As I look at the British scene, I've been ordained longer than I like to think of, really, and in that time, I think we've moved as a nation from
Yes.
A kind of people believing in some kind of a something somewhere to a really very secular mindset.
Yeah.
And part of that, it seems to me, has been the effect of the aggressive atheists, the Dawkins, the Hitchens, or in your case, the Daniel Dennets, and the others. And I wonder how much you feel that has contributed, or does contribute, to the move from complexity to perplexity. A real questioning of the foundations. Or is it mainly? I mean, you were suggesting a lot of it was to do with questioning authority, questioning, the validity of the way churches do things, etc. But is there a deeper thing about actual belief in God?
Yes.
Life.
In fact, we could sort of go back and go through all 4 stages and just think, how would God appear to people in each of these 4 stages? So for people in a very closed stage 1 framework, they see God primarily as the authority figure who is going to reward and punish. And then in stage 2, God is the coach who wants to help you be successful. But I think one of our struggles is, as you say, we have no one is isolated in their own community, or very few people are isolated in their own community anymore. So a person who might belong to a church on Sunday, they're on the internet all week, and so they have the same access to an atheist professor as a student at that university does. So I think what this means is that I think that automatically brings people into stage 2 more quickly, because now they're seeing, different people see things differently. And it's very different when you listen to the person from the out group speak himself or herself versus hearing the authority figures in your in group tell you what they say, right? And again, the internet makes this so intensifies this, as do books, but we might wish more people read books. So I think what this does is it complexifies simplicity quickly, and it complexifies complexity quickly. And then it puts us in a situation where we say, how do I know who's right? Maybe this is what seems obvious to me, but that obviously seems obvious to him. So that very often is what puts people into this new zone of perplexity, I would say.
Thank you. Can I remind people, do put up questions in the comments, questions that we can come to from other people. But I'm going to continue for a little moment, a little while longer, because there's this next move, perplexity into harmony, which we hope. It's a very tricky time, isn't it? As you say, if suffering has been involved as well, how will we come through that, and how will the deconstruction so much emerge? So it's a really hard time, and I'm wondering if you could just reflect a little bit more on what are the most helpful ways of moving out of such a difficult place, which can be a real hole of negativity. Is it finding communities or individuals who have got something richer and deeper and bigger to offer? Is it through encounter that we come out of perplexity, or what are the most helpful ways of getting through out of the deep pit?
I think you've mentioned one of the really important ones. For me, growing up in a very conservative religious setting here in the U.S., my gateway into knowing there was something beyond simplicity was C.S. Lewis. And what was interesting about C.S. Lewis is he had something to offer me in stage 2. A book like Mere Christianity is exactly the kind of thing a stage 2 person wants. They want someone to help them think through why they should stay in their faith. And then I didn't discover it until later, but one of C.S. Lewis's little-known books is called The Discarded Image. And it's a book where he does a kind of, he's writing as a literary theorist, and he talks about the worldview of the Middle Ages, well, really of the ancient world, and the worldview of the earth in the center and 10 concentric crystalline spheres moving around the earth. And that becomes the image of the universe. And he talks about how that image collapsed through science and through politics. I mean, it had many different dimensions. And I remember when I read that book, that to me was a stage 3 book. It was C.S. Lewis acknowledging that people tend, the term he uses, they have a taste in universes. And so he offered this. But then I remember when I read A Grief Observed, too, another book by C.S. Lewis, where he went through deep suffering, and he talked about the pain of that. And then I've now forgotten the author, but there was an author who corresponded with Lewis and published the letters that came out of that period. And so you watch C.S. Lewis, his own faith, go through that kind of stage 3 doubt. And what he retained was, in a sense, humble at the end of that. So sometimes it's through books, sometimes it's through mentors, sometimes it's through pastors or bishops or spiritual directors. I often say there's this secret phenomenon going on around the world of especially evangelical and charismatic pastors sneaking out for secret liaisons with Catholic spiritual directors because they need a safe place where they can talk about what's really going on and their own questions and doubts. And very often and when you think about this, John, if you've lived in a setting where stage 1 critique is always with you, and you go into a setting where a human being is sitting across from you and they're radiating to you unconditional love and acceptance, in a sense, you experience God in that encounter. And in that encounter, the encounter itself ushers you into a broader way of seeing God and seeing yourself and seeing life. So I think it very often happens that way. But I should mention one other way that I think it happens. I think sometimes it happens through disgust. And here's what I mean. I think people can be in stage 3 long enough. They're criticizing everyone. They're attacking everyone. They're ripping the covers off everything and showing, faults underneath. And then they realize, I'm attacking everyone else. What if I started attacking myself? In other words, when you turn the scrutiny that you've applied to everyone else on yourself, it's suddenly you think, I can't live like this. And I think what happens to many people is that's where, in a sense, they doubt their doubts and they become skeptical of their skepticism. They deconstruct their deconstruction. And now they're really left naked. And I think this is very much the dark night of the soul experience that St. John of the Cross and others have talked about, where there is a kind of a period of a sense of absolute abandonment. And for those of us who've been through that kind of experience, when a bit of light begins to dawn, it's precious beyond words, and it feels like a portal into the next chapter of life.
Thank you, Brian. I see a question from Peter Barrett has come in. How about Jesus having doubts? Did Jesus have doubts? And if so, how did he cope with them?
This is such a great question. So it's as soon as I hear that question from Peter, I think of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. In a sense, we're given a window into him saying, if this cup can pass from me, which is kind of interesting. It's a way of saying, I don't know if this cup can pass from me or not. And there's this honesty in this cry from the heart. If this cup can pass from me, but nevertheless, not my will, but yours be done. So there's a continuing act of faith, but there's also an acknowledgement of unknowing. And of course, in Jesus' cry from the cross, I think we feel it especially powerfully why have you forsaken me? And I think this brings a kind of comfort to people who would say that if we believe God is present in Christ, sharing our human experience, that the experience of God forsakenness that is known to many, many people it is an experience that God actually can empathize with through Christ. But one other thing I would say that I think we don't, I don't think we pay enough attention to this. I guess it's in Luke's gospel where Luke says that Jesus grew in wisdom and stature in favor with God and man. Jesus grew. And there are a couple of scenes in the Gospels where I think we watch Jesus grow. And one of them is in Jesus' encounter with the Syrophoenician woman, where he seems to enter that encounter with what I might call a stage one assumption. God is with us, not with them. God is with Jews, not with Syrophoenicians. And in the encounter, we watch him then say, "Woman, you have great faith." And so I think the gospel writers preserve this story in a sense to let us watch Jesus take a step in his growth as well. And sometimes that's what we need. We don't just need a model of perfection. We need a model of growth. And we have a lot of that in the New Testament. Peter has this great insight that he shouldn't call anyone unclean in his encounter with Cornelius. But then we find out that some years later, Paul has to confront him because he's decided some people are unclean again.
Sure. Thank you. Yes. Can I just put you on the spot, Brian, just because we're having to come to an end soon. You talk very helpfully about occupying, in a sense, part of each of those stages as we grow. It isn't that we reject one stage and move to another. It is that we put another ring around the tree trunk, as it were. So I'm asking you, what do you still hold to very much from your stage one life and faith, and your stage two? Give us some examples of what you really hold of those two still now.
So I don't want to get too political here, but I'm sure folks on your side of the pond have watched what's been going on here the last 4 years. And we had a president who I think bypassed stage one. Whatever happened in his upbringing, he never really learned telling a lie is wrong, telling the truth is right. He didn't seem to have some of those basic structures of his character. All he cared about was winning, which was stage two, sort of stage two pragmatism without any stage one morality. And one of the things I'm deeply, deeply grateful for is just how in my own heart, a desire for moral integrity was, built in me. And of course, anyone who cares about moral integrity knows that doesn't mean you're perfect. In fact, if you care about moral integrity, it means you need forgiveness. But it's because you need forgiveness because you're monitoring, you're aware of your own behavior. And so from stage one, that's something I'll be deeply grateful for, both a deep care about moral integrity and a deep rejoicing in the reality of God's grace. Deep, deep blessings from stage one for me.
And I guess for stage two, you always strike me as someone who's, always wanting to learn.
Yes.
And constantly absorbing new things. So I'll just answer that one for you, because I want to get in an absolutely final question. You do say something that I really made me sit up at one point. It's on page 89 in our edition, where you say that, controversially, African Christianity, like British Christianity, is largely a mix of stage one simplicity and stage two complexity. Now, that's a bit of a generalization, isn't it? What makes you write about, particularly African and British in stage one and stage two?
So I've spent a good bit of time in Africa, and And you know, the prevalence of the prosperity gospel there, the prosperity gospel is almost a perfect expression of stage 2 Christianity. It's not terribly concerned about deep philosophical questions. It's not, you know, the real goal is getting results through the right kind of prayer of faith or whatever. So that's more the pragmatism that I think we see very, very deeply there. The historical legacy of Great Britain, and this is very, you know, tenuous for me to talk about, but especially because my country has, you know, it's such deep, deep historical blindness. But the fact that Great Britain had the empire upon which the sun never set meant that Great Britain mastered pragmatism, mastered the art of rule, mastered complexity to rule the most complex and far-reaching empire in history. You put that set of skills in a group of people, and it seems to me you have, you know, great, you have deep, deep strengths in that area. The thing that I think is happening in my country, and I'm sure is happening in your country as well, is we're only beginning here to, even as the police shootings of young Black men and others, and the history here of racism, that in a sense our stage 2 pragmatism swept under the rug and didn't look at. We're only beginning to face the consequences of that legacy, not only in suffering for the people who were colonized or whose lands were stolen here and who were enslaved, but even to face the effects that this had on the people with power. And that seems to me to be almost a global challenge now for people to be willing to go into the pain of stage 3 self-examination.
Brian, let's leave it there at a serious point. The whole book, Faith After Doubt, I would say, is immensely readable. It's got so many different ideas in it to unpick and to think about. And it's a kind of primer in this whole stages of faith material, which has been around for a long time, but I think has been incredibly helpfully expressed here. So Brian, thank you so much for coming. I hope people go and look for that book from our online bookstore, and I hope that we'll see more of you over this side of the water as well. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Hi, I'm Paul Handley, the editor of the Church Times, and I'm very delighted to wind up today's very inspiring proceedings with just a few very quick thank yous before we go. First of all, thank you very much to our speakers today, to Gareth, Sarah, Claire, Brian, John, and Gareth again. Thank you very much, Gareth, for stepping in this morning when Sarah was having technical problems and doing double shift. It's lovely to spend the morning in your company. And thank you also to you, the audience, for your engaging questions and remarks. Just a couple of quick plugs. If you're enjoying being in Brian McLaren's stage 2 reading and buying books atmosphere, then just to remind you that the offer on the speakers' books continues for the rest of the weekend. So make use of that. You can hear Claire again next week in conversation with Richard Holloway, and Gareth also in conversation with Cole Morton. Details of those are on the Church Times and the Canterbury Press websites, so just check those out. And then finally, I would be delighted to see you again at our next programs, our next 2 festivals. Sarah Merrick, our director, is already putting together a pretty fantastic program for both of those. That's the 12th of June and the 25th of September. So thank you very much indeed. Hope to see you again.